Hello. Congratulations, Random. You are first. The fuck?
The fluid dynamic back in the House of Commons in Ottawa is set to potentially change once again, with Mark Carney saying there will be multiple upcoming by-elections called with Liberal MPs set to resign their seat.
We'll have a by-election. There'll be a few by-elections coming up, and we'll run great candidates, and the people in those ridings will decide who they want to send to Parliament.
There's no date for when any potential votes could happen, but we do know that former Deputy Prime Minister Chrystia Freeland will be one of those MPs quitting after she became an economic advisor to Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. While that role led her to quit as Mark Carney's special representative on the reconstruction of Ukraine, she still hasn't quit as an MP, despite saying she plans to do so in the coming weeks. Both the NDP and Conservatives have said it's inappropriate that Freeland is an MP while advising a foreign government. When asked by Global News, Carney said he didn't ask Freeland to stay on longer because of the fragile situation in the House of Commons, but he did say she should leave her seat.
My judgment was that taking that role would be consistent with resigning as an MP, and I welcomed her doing that.
Former cabinet ministers Bill Blair and Jonathan Wilkinson are widely expected to also be quitting their seats and be appointed to be ambassadors in Europe, where they'll have to deal with navigating Donald Trump's desire to take over the Danish territory of Greenland.
Welcome to this little corner of Canada.
Carney met with the Danish Prime Minister here in Paris, but was tepid in his support, seemingly trying to balance out Canada's relationship with the U.S. on a variety of fronts, including trying to get a peace deal with Ukraine.
We stand with Denmark. We stand with Greenland. Our closest partnership is with the United States.
I hope there's some more conservative MPs that end up getting elected. We really, really need the Liberal government out of office. Fucking hate the Liberals.
Hello, glad you can join us. Here's what we have for you this Wednesday. Outrage in Minneapolis.
To ICE?
Apparently, the ICE officers lied about the shooting. They said this woman was trying to run them over when she wasn't. She was just trying to get away, and then they shot her.
Get the out of Minneapolis.
The FBI is investigating a fatal shooting by an ICE agent.
We're going to sell it in the marketplace at market rates, not at the discounts Venezuela was getting.
Why Americans' actions are sparking anxiety in Greenland.
We've had over 400 cases of
Action of self.
Ronaldo.
Woman during an immigration crackdown. Now, the images are disturbing. They were caught on camera and could be upsetting for you to watch.
Have you already seen and analyzed all three angles?
Let me take a look.
What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck?
She did. Okay, I'll tell you right now, that is certainly an unjustified shooting. no fucking chance you could argue that cop had to open fire. No chance. So the statement made by the officer that committed the shooting, he said she was trying to run him over and kill them. Clearly not the fucking case. So he was in front of the car when she was moving forward. The thing is, the guy was in front of her the entire time. She backed up at first. If she was trying to kill the cop, why wouldn't she have just gone forward? So that is an outright fucking lie. I don't know exactly why she sped off or whatever. It might have just been like some sort of weird panic because this guy was trying to open the door. But he was well out of the way. He was completely out of the way when he drew his gun and started firing. He just shot at her because he didn't like the idea of having to pursue and like find her later. So yeah, they outright lied about what fucking went down here.
No! No! Shame! Shame!
Yeah, they're completely full of shit. So these ICE agents just killed somebody for absolutely no fucking reason. Another angle of the ICE shooting clearly shows she attempted to run the officer. Oh my god. Dude, the fucking partisan hacks. So let's see. Clearly did not attempt to run the guy over. Why would she have backed up? Like, that is just so fucking outrageously stupid. You can also tell she didn't just gun it. She tried to just go forward and avoid the guy. And sure enough, like, he wasn't even hit. He moved out of the way anyway. And he just started shooting just because he didn't want to have to fucking get into his patrol car and chase her down or anything. There was no reason to commit that shooting. And they would have had her license plate and everything. They could have just got her later anytime they wanted. Dude, ICE agents are like the most fucking cracked, insane fucking police force. They're literally acting like the Gestapo at this point. Thanks for the donation though, retard.
Wow, VG, you're early today. Not that that's a problem at all.
I guess earlier than I have been lately. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Sengoku donated $2. Think the white guilt propaganda is going to further enable actual racist whites to be more explicit about their intentions, which is why I think Fuentes is becoming more popular. Well, it's definitely helping to enable them for sure.
Is that you have
this guy is a literal fraudster, by the way.
gauges and tattoos. These are not the kind of whites I prefer. I like my whites clean cut, no tattoos.
Destiny debated this guy. This guy, I don't know who the fuck that is. He's an actual scammer. I don't give a fuck what he has to say. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku.
These ICE people are suckmgao. Could conservative Christians defund them, VG?
Well, they're just like weirdly racist and hate all immigrants, so that's why they're doing that. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
How is it an unjustified shooting? She was protesting against ICE and she was a female, so she deserved it. Right? According to you. If it were an anti-interventionist protester or pro-Palestine protester, you would say...
Literally don't give a shit about anything you have to say.
Trump announced that he's surprised the cop who shot is alive and that he's in the hospital.
He literally did not get hit by the car. He was out of the way when he started shooting. Fuck Trump, dude. Like again, obviously Trump would fucking now recovering in hospital. Oh my god. What? Did she run over his foot? Yeah, that's the guy, right? Yeah, recovering in hospital. Yeah. I don't know if the car even like touched him. He just moved out of the way. It's fucking retarded. My god. ICE officers are trained to never approach the vehicle from the front, instead approach in a tactical L 90-degree angle to prevent injury or crossfire. Senior Department of Homeland Security official told. Yeah, dude, this was just absolute fucking horseshit. I hope the ICE officer here gets indicted and charged. That was, like, I hope he at least gets a manslaughter charge. Honestly, like, it should probably be second-degree murder, but at the very least, he deserves a manslaughter charge. That is just crazy to me. That guy had absolutely no threat to his life. He was just annoyed that some woman was like protesting or some shit, and just shot her. The guy's a psycho. Like, it's fucked. Thanks for the donation, retard. Rectal Lana Drawl donated 216. We got a new noble natty to add to the retard list. It's getting longer by the day. Bony to beastly. Let me guess, he is not beastly. Natural lifters have some interesting advantages you might not know about. There's 0 advantages. Stronger tendons. They do not have stronger tendons. Like, where is he getting this idea? Steroids will increase the strength of your connective tissue. So if steroids weaken your tendons, then should you castrate yourself to lift heavier weights? Last I checked, women have weaker tendons. I think they have like more elastin or something, or a different, they have a disproportionate amount of like certain type of tendon fibers that make them more elastic. So men, because of testosterone, their tendons have a different, whatchamacall, just a different construction in the types of collagen fibers in the tendons. So they require more force to stretch, and that assists with power output and strength. You don't want your tendons to stretch that much if you're lifting extremely heavy weights. It's just another one of the reasons why you'll see men able to squat like, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1,000, 1,200 fucking pounds, and you'll only ever see women lifting like around 400, like at most, and that's for like very good lifters. Yeah, and on top of that, like, I don't know where this stupid fucking bullshit comes from. It's just nonsensical. There's a new review from Zweig and colleagues. Heard about it. Eric Helms covered it. Researchers explained how steroid abuse impaired collagen synthesis and cross-linking in the tendons, making them more fragile, less elastic. That's not what they do. And again, steroids, what doses, what circumstances. It's just fucking stupid, thus making steroid users more likely to get injured. Okay, take a natural lifter and get them to squat 1,200 pounds. Let's see if they get injured or not. Like, it's fucking stupid. When these guys get injured, they often get imaging done, discovering they have tendon degeneration throughout their bodies. That is not in any way fucking evidence that steroids cause any substantial like negative tendon remodeling. If you're lifting extremely fucking heavy weights, you're probably going to get fucked up tendons. When I was natural, I had tendinopathy in my pectoral tendons. It's because I was lifting really fucking heavy weights and I was doing extremely stressful training. That's what happens. It's surprising to you that somebody who has a tendon rupture has fucked up tendons? Like, it's just fucking stupid. So, like, yeah, okay. So just case reports and dumb assumptions. This isn't a totally new finding. Few animal studies showing same effects. Rats that lift weights and do steroids suffer from tendon degeneration too. Yes, rats. The gold standard of research. Oh my fucking god. So steroids make you bigger and stronger, but also older and frailer. Right, that's why steroid users lift so much more weight and are better at literally every sport. Because they're older and frailer. Natural lifting has the opposite effects. Your tendons adapt to the stimulus. Yes, your tendons adapt to the stimulus when you're on steroids too. And again, I love how they just use steroid as a generic term. They don't even separate out the types of steroids somebody might be using. Like, if you're running Winstrol, no shit, that's going to fuck up your tendons. If you're running like testosterone and boldenone or nandrolone, which aid in collagen synthesis, why the fuck would you like have any, like, it's just so retarded. Better skin and hair. When I was reading through the study, blah, 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 something, something. So again, this is just more stupid horse shit. If you're on a high dose of something like testosterone or masteron, and you're not taking any other compounds like, again, boldenone or nandrolone or growth hormone that increase elastin production and collagen synthesis, yeah, that can fuck up your skin. Especially if you're taking an AI, but like, it is just nonsensical. Like, this is the kind of shit you hear from people who just know nothing but think they know jack shit on the topic. It's easy to feel like we're at a disadvantage as natural lifters. Yeah, you are. You're smaller and weaker, and you're worse at every sport. What a fucking dork. And let's see this fucking douchebag. Does he even show himself? Oh, yes.
Hey man, Shane here.
Of course. He looks exactly like you'd expect him to. A guy who doesn't really look like he lifts. Uh-huh. That's about what I would have expected. What a fucking dumbass. Some pure copium here, too. Like, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Like, he doesn't even have a great physique for a natty. Like, my first year of my first real year of lifting in high school, I was more jacked than this guy.
Before we talk about the real reason steroids can't make you more attractive, let's talk about the false reason. You've probably heard it before. It's this idea that women prefer guys
Here we go. Here's the cope.
who look healthy, athletic, and strong over guys who look like drug-addled bodybuilders. And that's true. If you reach your
Yes, because if you do steroids, you're going to be a massive 300-pound, gigantic open pro bodybuilder. It's not like you could take steroids and at smaller doses and just look like an extremely fit Hollywood celebrity or something.
Your natural potential, you'll look much better than the guys who go beyond it. But there's a huge problem with that argument. Consider a guy like David de las Morenas from How to Beast. He openly uses testosterone and he looks great. He looks like an athletic dude with a very lean body fat percentage. It doesn't look unnatural or alien or anything like that. and most natural lifters, if they're willing to put in the work, can get as big and strong as he is. They might not be able to comfortably maintain such a low body fat percentage, but some guys can. The point is, not everyone who takes steroids is enormous or shredded. A lot of guys take them to build muscle faster or with less effort, or to keep their testosterone high even at very low body fat levels. In fact, if I had to bet, I'd guess that the majority of steroid users are still well within their natural potential. And so, assuming they don't get wild acne or run into any of the other cosmetic side effects, steroid users can look totally healthy, athletic. The real reason steroids can't make you more attractive is that most women consider it a major red flag. A few months ago, I surveyed a little.
Women do not give two fucking shits. They literally do not care. You're telling me women are fine with men who drink, smoke, do party drugs, but steroids, oh, that's crossing the line.
Over 400 women, and 79% of them said they wouldn't even consider dating a guy who used.
Oh my god. This guy takes women seriously. He actually thinks if you ask women, you will get like an honest, sensible fucking answer from them. This is fucking retarded. Yeah. So steroids are a red flag, but alcohol consumption isn't a red flag? The drug that is probably the single most drug related to fucking like spousal abuse?
Steroids. It was a total deal breaker. 21% said they didn't like it, but they'd give the.
This guy is like actually just out of this world fucking retarded. Like I can't even with this guy. What a faggot. Over 75% of women would never date a guy who does steroids. Well, I guess Chris Hemsworth is never getting laid in his life, right? Because like he takes steroids. What woman would ever date Chris Hemsworth? Because he takes steroids, and that's a big turnoff to women. Just a total deal breaker. Like, yeah, at least, 75% of women, they're not even interested in Chris Hemsworth. They'd never even consider it. Total deal breaker. Fucking dork. Oh my god. Stay small. Stay beta male. Fucking idiots. Thanks for the donation, Rectal Anadrol. JP Donate Tiller's grifting influencers have gotten so retarded it's unreal. Let me see.
A Filipino girl off of Fiverr to get me dates with American girls off of Hinge. I pay her $3 an hour. I trained her in a couple days. She does the swiping, she does the texting while I chill on my couch. So I woke up this morning from a text from her just saying 3 dates are scheduled for the week. I hadn't even opened Hinge one time. I do not have it on my phone. First time I talk to most of these girls is when they say that they're here at my apartment. If you want to set up something like this, comment.
If you're genuinely that stupid to listen to dating advice from some faggot-ass twink dork, like, there's no help for you, and you deserve to get scammed and get your money taken by everybody.
What are y'all doing? Get out of the store with a horse.
No. Oh, and there's Starbucks in there.
This one say out. Which one say in? This one
right here, the green one.
It's not letting us in.
There you go.
It's probably going to get worse. The attention seeking for social media is only going to get worse. Thanks for the donation, JP.
Just the fact the racism is becoming more popular and makes me worry about the future of our species.
Yeah, I mean, People are just fucking chimpanzees, dude. Just, reject society. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Sengoku Donatiller is the ugliest squat rep. Let me see. He didn't even put the fucking J cups at the right height. This guy is fucking... Why are there people uploading this? Like, that's the weird thing to me. Why does that ever even end up being online? Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku.
When was the last time you smashed someone on their fucking head? Also, I asked ChatGPT, who would win in a fight? You or Penguins 0. It said Penguins 0 because you're likely out of shape, because you often faint doing overhead press.
There's no chance ChatGPT told you that. It has been a very long time since I've smashed somebody over the head. Like, not since high school. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan. Rectal Anadrol Donatillers more natty copes. They're implying TRT is promoted to make men rent their masculinity. Atlas Power shrugged in the comments with his tinfoil hat. Oh, yeah, the whole, it's like... He's so stupid. One, he literally doesn't understand how, like, the pharmaceutical industry works. He doesn't understand how TRT clinics actually make money. He thinks they make money from drug sales when it's the service. The drug itself is dirt fucking cheap. Like, it costs practically nothing per month to be on TRT. And if he's going to say, like, the reason you should never do TRT is if you come off, then one, in theory, if they were to make a drug that mimicked testosterone or some, like, new drug that just made your testosterone go through the roof, but you only had to do it once, then, like, he'd have no problem with it, right? Like, it's kind of strange. So I'd like to debate him on it. It seems to me he just has some, like, ideological problem with somebody using performance enhancement, period. And it has nothing to do with how frequently you have to take it. Or the expense. So, like, it's just... like, it just, to me, it seems like he doesn't have an argument and he's just grasping at straws. And, if he's going to say you're renting your masculinity because you have to keep taking it in order to get the benefit, then by that reasoning, you're renting your strength and muscle, because if you stop training, you're going to lose your strength and muscle mass. So don't ever train, don't ever get stronger, because you're just renting your masculinity, right? Right? It's just really fucking retarded. Honest question, why is everyone enhanced now? Even TRT is done at doses that bring tests well above the natural range. Because we're not stupid. So there's that. Fucking dumbass. Thanks for the donation, Rectal Anadrol.
Hey boss, I don't know if this is a good time to bring this up, but when can I expect my payment for being mod? By my calculations I am owed $34,278. Please mail it to my swamp. Also, I expect annual pay increases and a 401k with contributions or else.
All right, I'll make sure I do that by the end of the week. Thanks for the donation, Gigliardo.
Why do people demonize steroids so much, VG?
Because they're retarded beta male faggots that are jealous of other people and they're too afraid of needles to do it themselves. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
She was a 37-year-old mother of 3. Just some mildly annoying wine mom observing an ICE raid. George Floyd died only miles away, not kidding, lol.
That's kind of funny.
Back up, Paul! No! Back up! Now!
Okay, you probably shouldn't have sent me that. Woman murdered by Trump's ICE troopers in Minneapolis is being identified as Renee Nicole Good. Trump's thugs left 3 children orphaned without a mother. Yeah. I don't know how, I don't know if she's like one of the crazy brain broken people who, I don't know, are like super into activism and stuff. But, from what I've gathered so far, she was either there to just watch the ICE raid or she was protesting in some way, telling them to fuck off. Haven't really been able to confirm that yet. But there's no way you could possibly justify that shooting. Like, just no chance. And the ICE officers are absolutely lying about what happened. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Oh yes, I am Gig's favorite guy. I squished all the mosquitoes, Gig family kaput. What you gonna do, little blue person? Wahaha 77 tridecillion 777 duodecillion 777 undecillion 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777. Aaron P has a girlfriend. Oluwale is inch of cock up Buttingtonshire.
That's good. Thanks for the donation, Wandering Mason. Dodo, donate $2. Let me see.
Do you think it's right to take Venezuela?
When money is the only moral compass, they're literally receiving money from China. This is the only reason they're doing this.
Oh, as oil? You are a terrorist. What about stealing the oil of another country?
Stealing the oil of another country. Venezuela destroyed their own oil production. Like, do they think the U.S. isn't paying for this oil, by the way? Like, it's just fucking retarded.
Is that right?
You are someone that takes money from Hamas. I will not support.
They're like, I fucking... I'm gonna have to, yeah, we're doing the edible now. Literally fucking can't.
Question to that is, what would a socialist housing policy for New York City, one that's presumably replicable in other parts of the country, what would that look like? What would a socialist urbanism look like? And then, from that we can open up that conversation in the context of the mayor's race in Albany.
Yeah, so what I would do is I would, first of all, you need to expand rent controls to cover smaller buildings. And that needs to happen in Albany, but there's also more that the mayor could do.
Who's being covered now? What kind of buildings are being?
They're going to destroy the rental market and make everything more expensive. No one's going to construct any more rental units if they know there's going to be issues with rent control.
Being covered now.
Buildings with 6 or more apartments.
Oh, because in my head, I'm like, I thought already, because I lived in a unit with 8 apartments and it was rent control, and to me that was already a small building. But you're saying even, you know, like individual, single family homes,
or like
and 2-family homes, and
yeah, like the neighborhoods as Zoran's describing in Queens, like or Bay Ridge. You know, half of the city's housing stock is in like 4 to 6 unit apartment buildings that were once affordable homeownership opportunities for immigrants and are now
immigrants. These people are like they literally want to destroy the United States.
Overwhelmingly being bought up by organizations like Blackstone or like whatever.
Like it just shows you right there. The first thing she thinks about is, where are the immigrants gonna stay? Like, these people, through whatever fucking channels they got access to it, are literally receiving Chinese propaganda that is designed to destroy the United States. Ruin the economy, bring in as many fucking immigrants as fucking possible, so that the society and culture just completely fucking collapses and becomes non-functional. But yeah, like, okay, fuck over New York City. Like, if New Yorkers are dumb enough to vote for this shit, cool. Everyone become more broke, bring in all the immigrants that everybody fucking hates. See how it goes. Why are they allowed to do this over and over again? I literally don't understand how they're allowed in there.
About a blatant intervention in another nation.
Who the fuck knows, man? You'd think especially this, like, hideous fucking woman would be recognizable enough at this point where she'd just be banned from these buildings outright. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. G $2, can you watch this? Let me see.
This week, one foreign policy story.
Ariane is next. Here's why. Yeah, sure. Thanks for the donation, G.
NGL, I'll listen to dating advice from a faggot twink before I listen to your shitty dating advice. Your dating advice is literally don't date. What's more gay than that? Nigger. You've been single for almost a year now and best you can get are fat hoes.
Dodo trailers. This is the ship retard was talking about last night, I believe.
Breaking news with a major development just moments ago. Sources just confirmed to CNN that the United States has seized an oil tanker that had been linked to Venezuela. Now, Russia is responding to the seizure, saying they are the owners of this vessel. The Trump administration has not acknowledged the Russian status, claiming the ship to be stateless, but nevertheless, you can see the sensitive nature of the situation. Russia had sent ships to track and maybe even protect this vessel over the last 24 hours. The United States has been tracking it across the Atlantic. It's the same ship that the Coast Guard had tried to seize last month near Venezuela. They were unable to board it, and the ship changed course and fled. But now, the breaking news, the United States has seized it. Nick Robertson tracked.
Been flying P-8 surveillance aircraft tracking this ship as it came into the northern Atlantic. It's been heading sort of skirting wide of Ireland, heading up towards Iceland and that sort of gap to go towards the north of Russia, the Arctic Circle. Marine tracking experts believe a vessel of this size was likely headed towards Murmansk. That was the track that it was on, but that all came to a sudden
So this has been a big thing that they have been, considering, John, regarding the seizure of the oil tanker. And it comes, of course, as they have really made moves to seize other tankers off the coast of Venezuela. With the administration view largely on this is that they had already moved forward with this operation in trying.
Well, that's good news. Russia's getting more fucked. Thanks for that donation, Dodo.
Slope 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 slop slope 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 slop slope slope slop 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 slope.
More administration cope.
People need to stop using their vehicles as weapons. This domestic act of terrorism to use your vehicle.
Oh my God. Just so fucked, man. This ICE agent might not get prosecuted given the current political climate. It's just fucking crazy. Like, it's on video. We all saw it. It's just such nonsense. I mean, like, if a cop said you're under arrest and I, like, bring my hand up to pick my nose and the cop, like, shoots me and says, oh, he was moving his arm to, like, strike me. But it's on video, and then, like, this is literally what this is. It's just fucking insane.
What happened was our ICE officers were out in an enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting
Stuck in the snow.
to push out
Yeah.
their vehicle and
Fuck this bitch. It's literally like Gestapo at this point. Trump administration plans to deposit money from seized Venezuelan oil and offshore accounts. That is, that's a little weird. Thanks for the donation, retard. Same's Jaff fired on $82. I timestamped 426 onwards, but I saw this vid earlier. Apparently all androgens increase oxidative stress. Doesn't this imply even natty levels of tea are bad for you? No.
Avoid.
Don't watch Coach Colton, dude. He's just a fucking idiot. Like, I don't need to. Why are you even sending me anything from Coach Colton? Like, yeah. Logically, if he's going to make that argument, androgens increase oxidative stress, then I guess cut your own balls off, right? If you want to be healthier. Like, it's just fucking stupid. So, yeah, testosterone, on its own, increases oxidative stress. But guess what? Testosterone converts to estrogen, which acts as an antioxidant. There's also antioxidants in your diet. Also, if you're going to say anything that increases oxidative stress is bad for you, then don't exercise. That also increases oxidative stress. Like, it's... So, Coach Colton just fucking lies about everything. Why the fuck would you ever listen to this dumbass? Thanks for the donation, dude.
She was a mother, oh, that's fucked Fiji.
Yep, and the Trump administration and all these right-wing hack retards are all trying to justify ICE agents shooting a mother of 3 children. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Code Pink bitches about America taking money from Venezuela. Will they themselves take money from China? Hypocrisy much.
Yep, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donators, well, the SVG, they're taught by TikTok and believe that their race and their country is imperialist and has committed crimes against humanity for centuries, and they do repay them by now, serving all immigrants at our own expense. Yeah, whatever. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Why did that woman drive away when the cops were talking to her right outside her window? They had her detained and she drove off. The ICE agent thought she was trying to run them over. It's possible he could have thought she had a gun. Who knows?
Yeah, or she could have had a nuclear bomb in the backseat. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Story dominates the global headlines. Surprise, it's Venezuela. So, if we hear a war fronts are coming to you to discuss anything else, well, you'd best believe that it is really kind of urgent, because we see the views that Venezuela got. So here we are, giving you a video about Iran. You'll want to watch it. Because right now, the nation of Iran is on the brink of collapse. It is facing a crisis worse than the Mahsa Amini riots, worse than the decades-long crush of international sanctions, and even worse than last year's 12-day war against Israel. Cities are slipping out of Tehran's control, the Ayatollah is reportedly preparing to make a quick exit, and it's an open question whether Iran's economy or its water supply is going to collapse first. Israel is back on the path toward all-out war, and just days after Washington's actions in Venezuela, it appears that Uncle Sam already has his sights set on a new target. From reading, this is a crazy year. From reading the news this morning, I'm like, well, it's Greenland, right? Oh, we're going to be busy. 47 years after the Islamic Revolution, it appears that Iran may not last a month. So, here's everything you need to know about Iran's current crisis and what it can tell us about a coming storm that could arrive in mere days. Wrong place, wrong time. At the very start of this episode, we would be wise to acknowledge a consistent theme in our geopolitics over the last several decades. Predictions that the Islamic Republic of Iran could fall.
After donating $2, would you have to get a job if you stop donating entirely? I don't know. Thanks for the donation.
I drew myself masturbating in Gig's bed while he was sleeping.
That's pretty good. It does look like Gig. Thanks for the donation, non-web.
Are very common. Instances where the Islamic Republic has actually collapsed are precisely zero. So, to understand why this time could be different, we've got to give a bit of background, starting with the awful 2025 that set the stage for a crisis in 2026. Over the course of the past year, Iran has been on the receiving end of immense Israeli and American firepower across June's 12-day war, and although Iran's Ayatollahs could claim a measure of victory in the conflict simply because their regime was not obliterated, the war still left Iran's defense apparatus crippled. Iran's air defenses, its missile stockpiles and production lines, and its nuclear program were all severely compromised during the war, each sustaining damage that will take years to fix. Then, Iran was hit by a water crisis that's only gotten worse, as the rainfall that Iran desperately needs just has not arrived. Finally, Iran has been forced to watch as a large share of its international network of proxy organizations has been dismantled. Hamas and Hezbollah in particular have endured severe setbacks over the course of the year. Meanwhile, on the home front, public morale has been dropping as hardliners lose their faith in their regime and people who oppose the Ayatollahs lose any real reason to fear them. So when Iran was hit with an economic crisis during the final days of 2025, it was in a very weak position to respond, especially when its new financial troubles turned out to be rather severe. The most urgent problem was a rapid devaluation of the Iranian rial, a currency that hasn't done well for quite a while, but one that hit incredible lows over the last several weeks. As of now, the rial is trading at 1.4 million to 1 against the US dollar. That's congratulations, you're a millionaire in Iran. Probably a billionaire. That's a rapid devaluation of roughly 80% compared to just a year ago. Even with the official numbers, inflation in Iran spiked to around 42% annually, and inflation for food prices has been even worse, greater than 70%. As food and other basic goods have become unaffordable, Iran's leaders have decided that it was just the right time to raise prices on the country's subsidized gasoline as well. Great move. So, with the Iranian public already squeezed from so many angles at once, it probably shouldn't have come as much of a shock when people reacted negatively to the news that a rial was now roughly as valuable as a clump of pocket lint. At first, people only took to the streets in relatively small numbers, most of the merchants in the capital city of Tehran. But unlike past instances of public protest in Iran, where the regime's response to dissent is typically both harsh and immediate, Tehran's street sellers didn't face immediate reprisals. The next day, they were back in the streets, and their numbers had grown. The day after that, the crowds grew again. Similar acts of defiance started.
I just don't understand how anyone could defend such a shitty state like Iran.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Pop up in other Iranian cities. And then even in the rural countryside where historically crackdowns tend to be at their most severe. Within a week, the protests have become a nationwide phenomenon, and at the time of writing, they are everywhere. The Conflict Tracking Critical Threats Project noted in a daily update on Monday that from the start of protests on December the 28th, Iran has seen over 350 protests across 28 of the country's 31 provinces. Already it's clear that these protests are different than the mass uprisings of 2022 and 2023 following the death of Mahsa Amini in the custody of Iran's morality police. Back then, protests were a divisive issue in Iran. They were about religion, social conservatism, and belief, or lack thereof, in the values of the Iranian regime. Now, though, the cause of the protests is far more unifying. Acute, spiraling economic concerns made worse by corruption and mismanagement with an equal potential to destroy the lives of all people regardless of what they believe. That doesn't just mean that civilians are feeling the pain either. So are soldiers, internal security forces, and local religious leaders that support the regime. All the burning rage from Iran's political opposition is still out there, bottled up after the Mahsa Amini protests failed and tempered by the lessons learned during that very difficult time. And they've had reason to be encouraged, as Iran's regime has started to direct its morality police to let more and more things go, something that all citizens know the Ayatollahs would never allow if they were still as powerful as they used to be. By the first few days of January, the protests have begun to devolve into intermittent riots, running clashes with police and vandalism and attacks against state institutions. Worse yet, people were starting to die, with the first 2 fatalities confirmed by state media on the 1st of January after security forces had opened fire in some areas. The regime started to take a much heavier hand toward protests, and although it did its best to make a show of differentiating between peaceful protests and riots, Iran's supreme leader openly instructed security forces that, quote, rioters should be put back in their place, end quote. The nation's judiciary chief called for, quote, no mercy, end quote, against the rioters, and the actions of Iran's security forces have changed to match. As of Tuesday, the 6th of January, the death toll stood at 35 or more, according to international activists, with over 1,200 people detained, at least 1 hospital raided, and regime forces now alleging that, quote, organized cells are working to exploit the unrest. But despite the fact that attempts to appease the protesters have clearly ended, the regime seems to be in a state of panic. Leaked directives from Iran's central bank called for all Iranian banks and financial institutions to prepare for mass shutdowns, infrastructure collapse, and regime-wide chaos, while even despite its financial troubles, the regime attempted to announce a monthly cash payment system for citizens. In a stunning statement issued during a televised speech, Iran's president Masoud Pezeshkian seemed to signal that the crisis may already be out of control, and we'll quote him here, "We should not expect the government to handle all of this alone. The government simply does not have that capacity." End quote. And before we continue, we'd like to take a brief moment to introduce ourselves to the many people who are probably seeing our coverage for the very first time. It's been a while. Thank you for your support. Turning up the heat. Now, even with all the unrest and upheaval that Iran is facing, we've got to emphasize...
I don't know why you sent me this video. It's just fucking boring garbage.
Breakdown, Glenn, we have some major breaking news here. An ICE officer has shot and killed a U.S. citizen who was attempting to flee the scene in Minneapolis during a protest against ICE. So I'm going to put about 15-20 seconds of the footage right here on the screen. A trigger warning for anybody who's watching it. This is obviously disturbing footage. I'm also going to take the sound.
I mean, just look at this state lateral caveman.
True. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Away. So here is a quick clip of what happened in Minneapolis. Now, Glenn, that's one angle. There are obviously other angles that are floating around the internet right now, but I think all of them generally show roughly the same thing, which is that there is an ICE agent right at the corner of the vehicle, that the person in the vehicle was attempting to turn the wheel so that they could flee the scene, and of course the ICE agent used that as the opportunity to shoot and ultimately kill the person who was in the vehicle. So first and foremost, can I have your reaction to the footage that we just saw? And then I'm going to read some of the responses from...
Like, I mean, it's pretty clear he was able to see who the driver was, too. Like, you'd have some kind of plausible deniability if it's like some fucking black dude with tattoos all over his face. And I'm sure plenty of cops deal with that type of person, and you'd have, like, some level of plausible deniability that... Oh, well, it was like some fucking cracked out gangster black dude. Just some fucking white lady.
From the law enforcement agencies.
Brian, I've watched multiple camera angles, including a close-up, slow-motion version of that deadly shooting. And to this old prosecutor, it looked like criminal homicide, some level of homicide, whether second-degree murder or manslaughter. But I've tried to absorb as much information about the shooting as is out there presently, and let me let you read the statement that was issued by DHS, because I also saw Kristi Noem make a statement, and it was so infuriating and such pure propaganda that factors into my conclusion about what I'm seeing there.
So the statement by ICE, by Homeland Security, was as follows. I'm going to put this right here on the screen. Today, ICE officers in Minneapolis were conducting targeted operations when rioters began blocking ICE officers, and one of these violent rioters weaponized her vehicle, attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and safety of the public, fired defensive shots. He used his training and saved his own life and that of his fellow officers. And of course, the statement goes on, but that is the crux of basically the narrative that Department of Homeland Security is sticking with right now.
That is pure propaganda based on what the video captured from multiple angles. So let me add to that what I heard Kristi Noem herself say. She said that our ICE agents' car got stuck in the snow and they were attempting to push it out of the snow when this, terrorist came up and tried to ram them with her car. Brian, when I heard that, I was so effing outraged, because what we see, let's break it down, and then let's talk about the law that applies to a police-involved shooting, something that I was, involved in as a career homicide prosecutor multiple times, trying to assess whether what we see was a legitimate exercise of police force, whether it was excessive but perhaps understandable, or whether it was flat out criminal. So what Kristi Noem said is so contradictory.
That is completely criminal. And again, the ICE agents are just lying about it. Like, there's a video of it. We can see what happened.
By the video, because what we see, one camera angle that you just displayed, there is a woman. Now, you can't see that she's a woman, but reportedly the person killed was a woman driving this vehicle, is actually trying to back up to get out of the way.
Yeah, and by the way,
I'm gonna.
Yeah, again, her backing up just proves she wasn't trying to kill anybody or ram anybody or run anyone over. She was trying to get out of their way.
Put that right on the screen as you talk here, so people can see the vehicle backing up, turning the wheels, and then driving away. Go on.
I mean, this is such a direct refutation of what Kristi Noem said. It appears that there is I think a white ICE vehicle, identified as an ICE vehicle, stopped in the street. You see this?
Yeah, that's another important detail. She turned her wheels away from the guy.
This woman slowly backing her car up to get out of the way of the ICE vehicle so she can go around it and be on her way. And as she is, after she is backing up, she obviously puts it in drive. She begins to move forward. She turns her wheel away from the officers who are kind of to the front left of her vehicle, and she tries to go around the ICE vehicle, and one of the officers opens fire on what I believe is an unarmed woman who I don't believe is wanted. I haven't heard that there was an arrest warrant for her. She was a known, dangerous person, and they kill her. That, to this old prosecutor, looks like an actionable criminal homicide. I use the word homicide because it could be, for example, a second-degree murder. It could be a lower level of homicide, criminal homicide, a manslaughter. But, that to me does not look like a justified use of deadly force. When does an officer get to engage in deadly force? Brian, it's actually not that different from when you or I would be lawfully entitled to exercise self-defense, including lethal force. If an officer is at imminent risk of death or serious bodily injury.
And Stains wonder why people don't respect those who are in authority because the Bible says so.
Yeah, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
One of your mods decided to delete my comment for simply repeating what you said with smiley face emoji when you called someone a faggot. Whoever the mod is, this is for you, bitch. Faggot, 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 faggot.
I don't see anything deleted. Nothing was deleted. So if you type something in with some sort of expletive, especially if it was racist or homophobic, YouTube would have just automatically filtered that out. I have nothing to do with that, so you're a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, dipshit. Oh, I gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. Dodo donated $2. Hasn't she had like 3 weddings in the last year?
Get ready with me for my civil wedding. We're going to be doing a fully vegan and cruelty-free makeup look. I think this was definitely a
Why can't I adjust the volume?
challenge for me when I was looking for
Why is that?
makeup artists to use only vegan and cruelty-free products to create the glowy dream look that I wanted. For the base and foundation, we used a mix of shallot tail.
Women are so stupid. Glowy dream look. I think you mean greasy cake look.
Strawberry tart, lip tinted, and bare minerals. We also mix in some of my staples like Rhodes Pocket Blush, Rem Beauty's eyeshadow palette, and Mango People's Multi Sticks in Gulabi. For hair, we mostly used Osis. This took some research and planning on both our ends to make it work, but Mary did such a wonderful job. I was in love.
I would never, ever, in a million years, ever bother talking to a chick wearing this much makeup. Fucking clown. Yeah, you want me to take you seriously, but you put on fucking clown makeup?
Do you want to go grab matcha? Do you want?
Okay, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I'm on 10 tirzepatide for weight loss, but I really wanna get retatrutide. Should I wait till Rita comes out, or should I limit my results using tirzepatide?
Retta is out. You can get retatrutide. The company who owns the patent for it basically shut down all the gray market websites selling it, but you can still get it on the black market. If you're buying a GLP-1 agonist and you're either paying out of pocket or through insurance from like the pharmaceutical industry, you're like, unless your insurance is covering like pretty much all the cost and you're getting it for either peanuts or free, you know, minus the insurance premiums, like, you're a fucking idiot if you're paying for something like that out of pocket. Especially if you live in the States. If you live in Canada, I'm pretty sure the black market prices are pretty much exactly the same, or very close to the pharmaceutical prices. But if you live in the States, I think they're typically priced about 4 times higher. So you just have to be out of your fucking mind stupid to pay those sorts of prices. But yeah, Red is out. You can get it black market. If you're getting good enough results on tirzepatide, whatever, like, these drugs kind of are dependent on dosing, right? So if you're taking, like, I don't know what, 10 tirzepatide, so you're taking 10 milligrams per week? That's a very high dose. Like, if you're going to take 10 milligrams of tirzepatide per week, but you only take, like, 2 milligrams of Retta, like, it sort of dose dependent how effective it's going to be. Some people prefer either semaglutide or tirzepatide over Retta just because of the side effects they get from Retta. Retta does have unique benefits, particularly with glucose control and lipids, but, you know, just depends on what you have access to, how affordable it is, and whether you prefer the kind of side effects of a certain drug. Thanks for the donation, Rick.
Did you ever like Indian food before you went vegan? Before I went vegan, my favorite dish was curry and raisa. Really good.
Yes, I liked Indian food before I went vegan. I've always really liked samosas and pakoras, and like, you know, you can't go wrong with curry. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
Breaking news VG, thanks to the help of a brave young child, Greta Thunberg guy has been asked it don't be alive. Here is proof.
Greta Thunberg came to stay and my kid may have inadvertently helped her get arrested. Held a sign written with my daughter's crayon trying to explain that. Try explaining that to a 4-year-old. That was a clickbait headline and a stupid waste of nonsense. I hate the way most female journalists write. I just hate it. Women blab about irrelevant nonsense like fucking crazy, and they even put it in writing, where they give so many irrelevant, stupid fucking details, and you're just the entire time, like, get to the fucking point. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Sengoku donated $2. Ugly truth of having a dump truck. Men staring becomes a constant background noise. You notice it everywhere and it wears on you mentally. She's wearing that. And she's like, oh my god, the attention-seeking women do, dude. It's like if I were to cut holes out in my shirt where my nipples are, walk out in public, and then start complaining that people are staring at my nipples. The audacity. It's just so crazy. It's like, this just proves women are fucking insane. Okay, a chick like this is going to get plenty of attention from dudes and just people in general as it is. Not only does she have to get that attention, but she also has to maximize the amount of attention she gets by complaining about the attention. Get fucked. If you don't want dudes staring at your fucking ass, then wear a fucking, like, normal clothes. Why are you wearing fucking skin-tight booty shorts that literally go up the crack of your ass? Fuck you. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku.
Injury as a result of being confronted by these circumstances, the officer can engage in force, but only that amount of force necessary to repel the attack. But if you are about to be killed, let me break it down from legalese into English. If you're about to be killed, you can exercise lethal force to defend your life. If somebody else is about to be killed, a police officer can exercise deadly force to protect that third person's life. But you know what you can't do, Brian? You can't shoot at a car that is trying to drive around a vehicle that is not posing an imminent risk of death or serious bodily injury to anybody based on what I'm seeing from those multiple camera angles. So assuming that this is criminal conduct, and it sure looks like criminal conduct to me, the next question is, what will be done about it, if anything, by either federal law enforcement authorities or state law enforcement authorities?
And I want to jump in.
Hopefully there is at least a state prosecution. I don't expect it to end up being federal because of the Trump administration. But it seems like there's very likely going to be state charges, especially since doesn't seem like they like Trump in Minnesota.
Into that in just a moment, but I have to read one more statement and get your reaction to this. This is Trump's response to the footage. He said, quote, "I have just viewed the clip of the event which took place in Minneapolis, Minnesota. It's a horrible thing to watch. The woman screaming was obviously a professional agitator, and the woman driving the car was very disorderly, obstructing and resisting, who then violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer who seemed to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it is hard to believe he is alive, but he is now recovering in the hospital."
He was never in the hospital, never got injured, and Trump made that up.
Situation is being studied in its entirety, but the reason these incidents are happening is because the radical left is threatening, assaulting, and targeting our law enforcement officers and ICE agents on a daily basis. They're just trying to do the job of making America safe. We need to stand by and protect our law enforcement officers from this radical left movement of violence and hate.
Yeah, federal charges ain't happening. Hopefully, again, there's just at least state charges.
So a slew of outright lies. This idea that the woman was violently running over the ICE officer. Hard to believe he's alive. To be clear, the ICE officer in the aftermath of this footage actually ran over to the car to see the woman who he had just shot and killed. So this notion that he was bloodied on the floor and couldn't even stand up because he'd been so viciously run over by this woman is so outside the realm of reality.
Based on the camera angles I saw, the officer stepped out of the way. I did not discern that the officer was struck by the vehicle.
No, not at all.
And the officer, as the vehicle was moving away from him, unloaded and killed the woman who's in the car. Mind you, Brian, you can't shoot at a fleeing vehicle to try to stop the driver from getting away. You know, think about.
Well, that's not technically true. You can under certain circumstances, so if they're an extreme threat to the community, you can. So say if somebody committed a mass shooting and then they end up fleeing in a vehicle, you absolutely can shoot at them because they're such an extreme threat to the community.
Think about this, and you may have movie references. When a bad guy, right, a known bad guy, just robbed the bank, just killed an old lady, is barreling down the street, police officers don't line up, and just start shooting at the car as it's going by. We throw down rumble strips or we try to box it in. Why? Because you can't shoot at a fleeing vehicle.
I mean, they have the fucking license plate of the car. They don't even have to chase them.
Or you can't shoot at somebody running away on foot either if that person is not posing an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury to you or another member of the community. So all of this is not, look, listen, Donald Trump does nothing but spew propaganda into the public square, just as he did in his run-up to being tried for his crimes in state court in New York. Once you move into a court proper, none of this is evidence. None of it would be admissible. It's all a bunch of propaganda lies and bullshit. And Donald Trump was convicted in a New York Minute on the evidence. Now, what will happen here, in my estimation, is, you have the possibility of a federal prosecution, a federal criminal investigation, and if the evidence warrants it, a federal prosecution, and a state investigation and potential prosecution. Now, I don't think any of us are foolish enough to believe that Kash Patel's FBI will conduct a legitimate, full, fair, and investigation of this incident, and if the evidence supports a federal indictment, that Pam Bondi's DOJ will indict this ICE officer. We know that's not going to happen. Of course, if it did happen, Donald Trump would simply pardon him, because in Donald Trump's book, he's already a hero based on that bullshit statement that Trump issued. But the state, if the state authorities believe that their local laws, their state homicide, murder, manslaughter laws were violated, and it looks to my eye, I haven't seen all of the evidence, but based on the camera angles I saw, this looks like unjustified excessive force resulting in death, then the officer should be charged in state court. Let me talk through what happens.
I'm not sure if the family could sue civilly.
I think every Quentin Tarantino ever made would disagree with this guy that cars in movies are never shot at by the police.
I don't think, Hateful Eight had cars in it. But yeah, I get what you're saying. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
In the event there are state charges brought, that officer, because he's a federal officer who will claim, I should enjoy qualified immunity against prosecution because I was a federal officer engaged in the official duties of my office.
Oh yeah, that is a crazy fucking thing.
Officer will try to have the case transferred or removed from state court to federal court. Again, just like Donald Trump did with his state prosecution in Manhattan. Alvin Bragg's district attorney's office was...
Smart man donated $2. You have good reason to support Trump's invasion of Venezuela. Again, Maduro being outed is great, but surely Trump can't be trusted. Who can stop him from taking over any other country if he has even one good national security reason to take over Canada? Honestly, at this point, it would probably be a good thing for Canadians to get taken over by the United States. Like, it's getting fucking bad here. I'm pretty sure we're at a point of literally no return, and we're kind of death spiraling like South Africa. So, if Trump did invade Canada, well, good. It's probably better for us anyway. Venezuela also has absolutely nothing to do with fucking Canada. Comparing the two things is just fucking crazy. And, look, Trump's not, like, Trump's a fucking retard. Like, genuinely, probably on the spectrum of retardation. I'm not even being hyperbolic. It's not his idea to invade Venezuela. So there are much smarter people than him working in national security and the military who advised him, told him all the stuff about China, all the shit about the Muslim terrorists, all the shit about the missile systems being installed, all the shit about how China could block the Suez Canal, and it's also empowering China with the oil Venezuela has, and this will prevent a Taiwan invasion. There's no fucking chance Trump would ever have come up with any of those ideas on his own. So when he says shit like annex Canada, here's what's happening. He was debriefed on the fact that global warming is happening. There's new shipping routes opening up in the north. Canada is going to end up being a very strategic point if there's a war with Russia or China. And he got the idea to, and he was also told the exact same thing about Greenland. That's why he's talking about annexing Greenland. And again, it was his idea to publicly say he's considering annexing Canada and Greenland. That's what happened. So, Greenland, the annexation might happen if there is an imminent war that's going to break out with China or Russia. Canada, no. That'll be a... he would have to be, or somebody like him maybe would have to be in office, and you're talking about a few decades from now, at least. So, he's in all likelihood like 99.999% sure he's not going to annex Canada. He's just saying that because he didn't understand a security briefing that he got. And that's also kind of why he's talking about annexing Greenland, but that's a little more pertinent. Thanks for the donation, though, smart man. Gigliardo donated $2. Let me see. This is probably an extremely stupid person, and they thought this was a left-hand turn. And it seems like they're stuck now. I've seen immigrants do a very similar thing while driving in Toronto. I saw some Indian immigrant drive into a... it was like a streetcar thing. It wasn't part of the road. They drove into a streetcar track, thinking it was just another part of the road. And I also saw another Indian immigrant drive onto the fucking bike lane near the Gardner Express on the lakeshore. That was really stupid. I don't know what the fuck they were thinking there. Thanks. Wait, I don't know if you watched this already. Let me see.
Sheriff's office, make yourself known!
Door was open, lights were on. I knocked, no response.
A cop walks up to the front door of a family's home.
Hey, anybody home?
Nobody answers the door, so he just lets himself in.
Hey.
You cannot do that. You'd need a warrant.
Anybody home? Sheriff's office?
And he begins to have a look around. About a minute later...
That's bizarre. So his excuse for coming in was, oh, they weren't answering the door. They were ignoring me. This guy's going to get... Well, that's an easy, fuck, at least like 50 grand. At least. They're probably going to get more in a civil lawsuit.
Hopefully Trump eventually invades the whole world and turns this planet into the United Earth, thus fixing all the problems in other countries.
I mean, a lot of the world would benefit from American imperialism. Funny enough. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Like, I don't, like, would anybody have any problem if Trump took over North Korea? Like, as if Trump could make North Korea any worse? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hi. The Wandering Mason here. I also have a problem with people staring at me in public and I can't stand it. What can I do?
Is it supposed to fit like that? Like,
Yeah.
can I take a picture of it?
Depending on how he's standing, it looks like he's wearing an inflatable suit and he's not just fat. But yeah, imagine dressing like this and then complaining about getting attention from people. I don't care what girls say. I'm gonna stare at them if I like their ass. Go fuck yourself. I can look wherever I want. Thanks for the donation, Mason.
Shots ring out. He just shot the family dog. The husband was at work, the wife was out of town, their 4 children were at school. The only family member who was home was Zelda, the family's beloved Belgian Malinois, who was being a good girl, protecting her home from armed.
Dude, if a cop did that to me, and the dog, holy fuck. I honestly don't know if I could have the restraint not to assassinate that guy. I would be so outrageously fucking pissed at a situation like that. I'm not even home, only my dog's home. Cop has no warrant, lets himself in, and then just shoots my dog when he's not even supposed to be there in the first place. Like, he deserves to be killed. This guy deserves the fucking death penalty. It's a shame that they won't give the death penalty to police officers who would kill a dog like that. Just fucking nuts.
Intruders.
That dog is a big dog and it came right at me, right around this corner.
Then the cop walks back outside. Does he call this family to tell them what had just happened? No. He calls more cops. And then basically an army of police officers arrives at this home in this quiet neighborhood, and they begin to circle the wagons. They then proceed to go all through this family's home, garage and backyard for a period of about 40 minutes, all without even notifying this family or obtaining their permission to do so. Oh, and also without a warrant. Not a...
It's nuts. Absolutely insane. I think the reason one of the reasons they're doing this, by the way, where they called so many police, they're wandering around and talking with each other for so long, never even bothered contacting the family. Wouldn't surprise me if they're all colluding together to come up with some story and like maybe hide evidence or something.
A warrant.
Or plant evidence. They love doing that too.
In sight.
You good?
Yeah, I'm shaking up because...
I'm in your car?
Bro.
Just in your car. You're good.
Surely they made this right with the family, right? They apologized, compensated them in some way, and surely they fired this officer and prosecuted him for illegally entering this home and killing this dog? Nope.
He got a promotion, right? He had to have gotten a promotion.
They did not.
Included their investigation.
This is Deputy Darris with the Wake County Sheriff's Office. On April 8th of 2025 at about 10:30 a.m., Deputy Darris arrived at the doorstep of the Briggs family in order to serve some civil process. That just means that it's some sort of paperwork pursuant to a civil proceeding in court. It's not criminal. It's not a warrant. It's nothing at all that entitles Deputy Darris to enter the Briggs home. Just like anyone else, just like a girl.
Oh, this guy really deserves the death penalty. Even if the dog wasn't there and he didn't even kill anybody, this cop deserves the death penalty just because he's such a fucking moron. People like this should not have any chance to reproduce. Just because of the risk of like being able to clone yourself in the future, like just to be safe, give him the death penalty.
Girl Scout, he's walking up to the home and he's knocking on the door. That's how it starts.
Hey, anybody home?
Hello? Sheriff's office, anybody home?
Now, I have his police report, and this is what he writes. Upon approaching the home's front door, I could see the inner wood door was open. It was open at approximately 30 to 45 degrees, and the interior of the home was very clearly visible. I pulled back on the storm door and called out for anyone inside the residence, requesting if anyone was home to make themselves known and identifying myself as a sheriff's deputy. I heard no response during this time. So nobody had called for help at this house. There was no call for service. Deputy Darris had just decided that he was going to go to the front door of that house that day to try to serve this paperwork that he was being paid to serve by some party to some sort of civil litigation. He was not supposed to go inside that house. But when he gets there, he says that the interior wood door was open. We can see that the exterior storm door was closed, but we can't directly see the interior door. However, I do have the footage of the father in this family, Paul, leaving the house earlier that morning. And while we cannot see the door close, it sure sounds like that interior door is closing. So going back to Deputy Darris, he's standing there at the front door. He opens the storm door and not hearing any response at all at that point, what does Deputy
Hello. Hello, beautiful. I like watching him walk towards me. He's so elegant. Yeah, that's a good kitty. This is my cuddle buddy. This is my streaming cuddle buddy. Always comes on my streams to cuddle. That's right. My God, Gum Gum, you're so beautiful. You are just so handsome. I'm so proud of you. Becoming such a big, strong, handsome man. Oh. This is the best cat. Oh, I need a cuddle kitty like this. Oh, I love you. You're exactly what I need. Just the right amount of sweet and the right amount of annoying. Look at him. Oh my God. Comes right in my arms. I love you, baby. If Gum Gum was ugly, I'd still love him. He's just such a sweetie. Oh, love cuddling my little handsome. Non-Wib donated $3. Let me see.
Welcome to Epic Rap Battles of Ethnicity. Black versus Chinese. We did white versus Indian last time, and let me tell you, these two are getting heated. These two mofos are about to spit some facts. Oh, yeah, man, I don't give a fuck if you aced math class. I'll shove a pair of chopsticks up yo flat yellow ass. You tell me to take off my shoes when I'm inside your house, and I'll shove my dirty foot inside your stupid Asian mouth. Hero, fuck you and your fat brack mama. I'm about to out-rap you in your own fucking genre. Food stamps won't save you from my motherfucking rhymes. I'll commit rap homicide, like brack on brack crimes. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Hey, fuck you, China man. You screwed us all with the Wuhan flu. Calling me a savage, man? Well, let's just go back to World War II. You just as immoral as Derek Chauvin and all the bad cops. For proof, man, just look at Chinese Barbie doll sweatshops. Hey, you call me China man? Well, you know, I happen to be Korean, but I guess just a yellow motherfucker is all that you are seeing. If you pride yourself, you'd get jobs instead of felonies, but instead you spend all your time curb stomping the Asian elderly. Hey, for you, Kim Jong-un is the #1 militant. You tell me a damn black leader that's remotely equivalent. Your eyes have never seen real struggle like mine did, but it's hard to see anything out of those goddamn eyelids. Who won? Who's next? You.
That was very amusing. I like how YouTube's based again. Sort of, anyway. Thanks for the donation, Non-Wib. Sent you a DM if you're bored. What do you mean? On Instagram? My goodness, Gum Gum is so cuddly. This cat is awesome. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. I should be... God damn it. Yeah, I knew it. It's a little too impatient. Oh. What are you doing, silly kitty? My goodness. Did you see him grabbing my arm? It's like, rub me. I want to be rubbed. He's so fucking adorable. Yeah, I love you. You're such a good kitty.
Dearest Stu, he pulls out his pistol. At that point, the family cat makes a run for it and darts inside the house.
Oh, this is even worse than we could have even possibly imagined. So he could have just left.
He then radios dispatch that the home he's at has an open front door, but he doesn't need any backup from any other officers. No big deal, right?
Wait, 564, open door at my call. No need for any additional at this time, I'll advise.
Then he once again announces who he is. He hears no response.
Hey, anybody home?
So what does he do? He goes inside the house.
Sheriff's office!
He heard the dog. So he heard the dog, and he decided to just stay there. So he just wanted to shoot a dog. This guy's a sick fuck, and he needs to be put to death.
From the instant he walks in the door, you can hear the dog barking, right? You hear that.
Sheriff's office!
He just wanted to kill the dog.
But that deputy would later tell his supervisor at the scene, which was also captured on this home's cameras, that when he entered the house, he did not hear the dog barking.
Did you hear the dog at all when you came in? Did you hear it?
I did not.
You didn't bark?
That is acting. That is all an act. They're all standing here in a weird, awkward manner, talking like as if they're pretending to be human and they're really aliens. Do you like drinking water? Yes, I do like drinking water. Water's good. We need water. Yes, humans need water. So they worked this out ahead of time to make sure they'd be in front of a camera when they're saying this. And they planned out and just like, yeah, act like, oh, you had no idea, you didn't hear anything. That is acting, dude.
Completely quiet. No barking.
Okay.
Now, when I got to the hallway, that's what made me notice him, was he did then bark. And so I started to back out, and that's when he came at me.
And he just came at you.
However, we know that that is false based on this video.
Yeah, air is good too. Yes, oxygen. Oxygen and nitrogen-rich environment. Yes, very good oxygen and nitrogen.
Video evidence.
Sheriff's office.
And actually, we hear the dog barking pretty much the entire time that the deputy can be heard walking through the house, searching the house. The whole time we hear the dog barking until all of a sudden shots ring out.
Sheriff's office, anybody home?
Did you hear the dog at all when you went, came?
Oh my god. I hope this guy gets exactly what he fucking deserves. Like, if only there were people who are like the Charlie Kirk shooter, only they really don't like cops like this, you know?
Hey, man. Here?
I did not.
You
It was
didn't bark?
completely quiet.
Okay.
No barking.
Okay.
Then after the shots are fired, and this is pretty bizarre, there's just basically silence. For somewhat of an extended period of time, nothing. It's just silence and silence and silence, and then out of nowhere, the deputy announces, for some reason, sheriff's department, after he's already fired multiple rounds inside this home.
Sheriff's office, anybody home?
Like, it can't be overstated. This guy needs to be wiped out of the fucking gene pool. What a bizarre thing to do. What? This guy's been yelling the entire time. Sheriff's department. Nobody answers. Fires his gun. Is anybody there?
And thankfully, nobody was home, but he was not done yet. So at this point, he goes outside.
Damn it, son.
He holsters his gun, but not for long. He walks around into the backyard and basically searches the backyard and then the garage, again at gunpoint. Thankfully,
He was serving a civil notice. Holy fuck. There is like something obviously wrong with police recruiting if somebody like this can be a cop.
there were no more dogs for him to shoot. He then reappears back out the front door of the home, announcing to dispatch that all is clear, that the house is secure, and in the distance we can hear the sirens and the cavalry is on the way because they hear that there's this shooting inside this house. So everyone is showing up.
Wait, 564. Looks like the home is secure. The lights are on.
As a bunch of other police officers arrive at the scene, Deputy Darris then walks them back up to the front door of the house, and he's telling them what had happened. And then, as you'll see, all of these officers, along with the same one who just shot the dog, they all then go into this family's home.
You see, that dog is a big dog, and it came right at me, right around this corner. Scared the shit out of me. Sheriff's office!
So I came around this corner. The dog got me.
Sheriff's office, make yourself known!
Check that back area as well, the shed out back. It's a one-room shed.
Why are their guns out? What are they like it's just baffling. They're serving the guy was serving a civil notice. There's no reason to suspect anybody has committed a crime. No one's a criminal here. So if they think somebody is like hiding in the attic, who cares? And at this point, they'd have all that much more reason to fucking hide because you just fucking shot their dog and you have your guns out for no reason. Like, this is nuts. This is one of the, like... I don't know if this is... Like, this has got to be dumber than the train thing. When the cops stopped at the train, or that other shooting in, like, California or somewhere, where the cops shot a guy fleeing from somebody who tried to kill him.
Sheriff's office, make yourself known!
I think it's clear. Yeah. There's a couple of cats. I tried to keep the door shut so they won't get out.
Imagine if, like, an old dementia-riddled lady who's, like, deaf ends up showing up and, like, out of the corner, like, she's, is anybody there? And then they shoot her. That would just be great. And you know they'd do it, too. If they saw an old lady get up, you know, they would have shot her.
Door was open, lights were on. I knocked, no response. And the door wasn't just like propped, it was open. Like probably about 45, maybe a little bit less. Right there. It's dead.
By the way, I just want to point out as they walk through the laundry room of this house, just to illustrate the absurdity of the claim that these officers thought that this home had been burglarized. Apparently, the burglar who
It's just what they do, man. Cam donated $2. Let me see.
It's coming right for us! Kick ass! Did you see that? I was in peril by that ferocious charging. It's
Yeah. They're literally South Park characters.
It's coming right for us.
Yeah, they're South Park characters, all right. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
who had burglarized this house had decided to do this family's laundry while he was in there, despite the vicious dog. That's right, you can actually hear the laundry machines going. So basically the inside of this house looks like any home in suburbia with kids and at least one parent who actually does laundry.
So they tried to stage a scene.
Okay. That was left open. They could have self-closed on service. Dog came out.
They colluded and planned this ahead of time. So they staged it to make it seem as though there's a logical reason to think somebody was in the house.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
And then the cops have this sort of group meeting on the front porch, and you can see in their eyes and in their voices, they all know that this was not a good shoot, that this guy should not have been in the house to have a confrontation with this dog. And so you can almost see them formulating a plan to cover their own asses, literally right there on the spot. For instance, one of the cops says, yeah, the inside of the house does look kind of disheveled. I mean, go back and look at the footage of them walking through the house on their own body cams. For a house with 4 kids, that house is not disheveled. And even if it were disheveled, it looks absolutely nothing.
This is what they do, dude. It's just what they do.
Like the scene of a home invasion that is actively occurring so that the cops have to race in, guns drawn. Absolutely laughable, and they know it.
Yeah, I don't think he broke skin, but he got me a little bit there. You're gonna bruise tomorrow. Yeah, I was like,
It didn't break skin, so you're not gonna get shots or any of that
he
shit.
came at me so fucking quick though. That's why I was like, in hindsight, I don't know if it was a break. I haven't even been able to look.
JP, don't you tell us this is retarded.
The Trump administration making over America's food pyramid, with meat, cheese, and dairy now on top. Eat real food. The new dietary guidelines double the recommended portion of daily protein, encourage full-fat dairy items instead of low-fat, avoid ultra-processed foods, including some cookies, crackers, and chips. On alcohol, Americans should limit consumption instead of previous guidance of no more than 2 drinks a day for men, 1 for women.
That's arguably an improvement because it suggests less is always better. I'm surprised they were saying 2 drinks a day. That's a lot. Like, that's a lot of alcohol.
In the best case scenario, I don't think you should drink alcohol.
Many in the health community praise the avoidance of ultra-processed foods, but worry about the increase in protein.
Are you at all concerned that Americans will see that recommendation and think I can eat more red meat?
I think there's 2 big concerns with this focus on higher protein. You know, one is that people will immediately translate protein to meat and eat more red meat, thinking that's, you know, that the most healthful choice when there are other healthier choices. And 2, that all of these highly processed foods that are right now adding protein isolates, energy bars and water and cereals, are going to get a big boost.
As for those ultra-processed foods, I asked Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. if government should do more.
Should ultra-processed foods be regulated?
Well, you know, our approach is not to tell people what they can and cannot eat. It's to give them good information and let them make their own choices. We live in a democracy.
Yeah, well, that's pretty retarded. Thanks for the donation, JP. Smart man donated $2. Suppose I can't disagree on the Venezuela situation then. The only criticism I now have are with news outlets mostly attributing the achievement to Trump, not focusing enough on the national security benefits.
Or an inability to complete simple sentences.
Saudi Arabia and Russia will repeat.
Other notable symptoms include impaired motor function, such as a wavering limb, and decreased balance, often accompanied by a signature lean or arched stance. If someone you know is demonstrating...
He looks really weird standing up. It's like gravity is working at an angle. Yeah, well, especially with the Trump lawsuits and them limiting media access in the White House and shit, it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of these news orgs are taking opportunities to kiss Trump's ass. You'd expect they'd have enough journalists who'd be able to understand the national security benefits. So I'm assuming it's Trump ass kissing. Thanks for the donation, smart man.
The house is kind of shut. That's how it was. The doors open. That was me, but some of them were open when I got here.
Nobody's home though?
We
cleared it now? No.
I haven't touched the lights.
You checked that back side yet?
Yeah, we can go take a look real quick, but just this one.
So now they all go into the backyard to search the backyard and to search the garage at gunpoint. And what has not happened here? Who is not there on the porch? Who are they not communicating with? The homeowners of the house. The deputy who was the shooter obviously knew who lived at the house. He was there to serve them with paperwork. The husband is at work. The wife's not there. The kids are at school. Why aren't they communicating with them before they go into that house, before they go into the backyard, before they go into the garage, pointing their guns at whatever is there? Okay, well, maybe this is a crime scene. Okay, what was the crime and who committed it? Oh, but they're not done yet. After they get done milling around in the backyard of this home with their firearms, even more cops now head into this family's home, with them completely absent, no communication, just traipsing around the place like they own it, searching the home. And then after they are inside this family's home for about 10 minutes doing God knows what, while at least some of them have body cams turned off from what I can tell. I haven't seen any body cam footage of what they were doing inside that home during this approximate 10-minute period. Then a guy who appears to be a supervisor shows up. This was caught on surveillance cam, not body cam. The supervisor shows up and he asks the shooter what happened. And now yet again, the shooter gives his explanation for what happened. And as I already showed you before, includes at least one lie about allegedly not hearing the dog bark, when we know that he did.
All right, so tell me what happened, buddy.
I got you. So I came up for a civil process. Initially,
they planned all this.
Knocked on the door. It was already propped a bit, the inner door. And
This front door or side door?
Yeah,
front door.
Yep.
Okay.
And when I called out, nobody answered. Called out again, nobody answered. So I jumped on the radio, let them know I had an open door at my call, and there was some cats in there. So as soon as I came in, I shut the door behind me, the glass one, not the
main door.
Not the main door. Called out. As I kept going through the house, I saw lights. None of the lights have been touched. They've all been either left on or how they were when I got here. There were some doors that were already open, some of them were not. So initially I'm thinking stuff was kind of in weird areas. Uncapped, it kind of made me think a break-in. When I was coming through this laundry room, I got to here, and the dog was just on the other side of the island. And I started to back out. He came right at me. I put my leg out like this. That's when he bit me, and I had to, unfortunately, shoot it.
Okay. Not many rounds shot?
As many as it was to stop the threat.
Okay.
But after I confirmed that, I immediately jumped on the radio, let them know. Shed. After
When it came in? Did you hear it?
I did not.
You didn't
It was
bark?
completely quiet. No barking.
Okay.
Now, when I got to the hallway, that's what made me came out.
And or
I wonder if he didn't notice some of the cameras in the house. Because it's funny how they strategically put themselves in front of an outdoor camera that they might be able to see easily.
Exigent circ.
But then they'd come up with like lies that are clearly like would just never work.
Circumstances, a police officer may not cross the threshold of a residence without a warrant. Here, the officer was at the front door to serve civil service paperwork that did not authorize him to enter the home. He had no warrant to enter the home. He did not have consent as nobody answered the door, And as far as he knew, nobody was home. The only possible justification for his entry is the existence of exigent circumstances. And that would be a belief that there is some emergency occurring inside. And here, the story that they came up with is that the officer believed that there had been a home invasion or a home invasion in progress. And pretty much the only evidence they're putting forward for this is the allegation that the door was at least slightly open. Not the actual outside door, but the door within that. The video evidence, unfortunately, doesn't show us conclusively whether or not that is true. Now, had the officer who was the shooter been wearing a body cam, we would know for a fact whether or not that was accurate. But for some reason, he was not wearing a body cam. So that evidence does not exist. Other than the allegation that the door was slightly open, I don't see any other evidence that would cause a reasonable belief that there is some emergency occurring inside the house. It can't be the case that anytime we have our storm door closed on our homes and the inside door open or slightly open, that the government can just walk on in to our house, firearms drawn, and do whatever they want, including shoot our dog. Absolutely not. There would have to be additional facts, such as a call for service. Somebody had reported something. The sound of screaming, somebody calling for help, something like that. None of that exists here. The alleged justification doesn't even pass the laugh test. It's completely absurd. And the more absurd thing is that, okay, even after that happened, did they do the right thing? No. Did they notify the homeowners and get consent to remain on the property, to go inside the house, to search it, to do whatever they were doing? No, they didn't do that. Instead, for 40 plus minutes, they excluded the homeowners and they treated this property as if it were their own. Contact the home both here and at the blog.
I hope they get a huge amount of money from suing that guy, and I hope that cop ends up in jail. Hope they really all should be in jail. They're clearly colluding.
Was prosecuting him for state crimes. He tried to take his case and get it transferred to federal court, and Judge Alvin Hellerstein said, oh, heck no, you're going to remain being prosecuted in state court because you have no viable claim that what you were doing by paying off a porn star and then hiding what you were doing with these payments was some kind of a presidential duty. So we have to try this in federal court. So, but the ICE agent will undoubtedly, if he is indicted in state court, try to get his case transferred to federal court. And then it's an open question as to whether the judge would grant that motion and it would become a state court prosecution that would be tried in federal court, and it would give that officer the opportunity to make a full, robust claim of qualified immunity and try to convince the federal court judge, I was acting within the scope of my official duties when I shot the woman under the circumstances that we see in the video. I don't think that's going to fly.
Is there a better likelihood of qualified immunity working in federal court as opposed to state court, as opposed to keeping this thing in state court and allowing the prosecution to go that way?
You know, first of all, it is kind of judge specific. I have trust and confidence in the federal trial court bench generally, and in the federal courts of appeal. I've lost my faith and confidence and respect, you know, in the Supreme Court, unfortunately, given some of the rulings that they have handed down in Donald Trump's favor that undercut the express text of the Constitution. But so what it does, though, is when you're in state court litigating questions of qualified immunity, you know, that's not like the stock and trade of state court judges or state court systems, because they don't often try federal employees or federal officers. That's why, you know, the federal courts are a little bit better equipped. Why? Because they have an entire body of case law, of precedent available to them on the question.
Ben Boy donated $2. Let me see.
You think it's trying to bite you, but no, it actually just really likes it when you pet it. Once it knows you well, as soon as it sees you, it'll hop over asking for food. It needs to eat every 15 minutes. If you don't feed it, it'll literally start dancing out of anxiety. Give it one blueberry, and it'll make a little sound to thank you, because that's its favorite fruit. If you want to take it outside, it won't run off, it'll just sit quietly in the car.
Oh my God.
Baby toucans are super cute. Their beaks are tiny, and they'll snuggle right up in your arms. Even when they grow up, they stay clingy and affectionate. They love to follow their owner, always right behind them. Even if you go to the bathroom and shut the door, it'll still squeeze right under the door gap, then tilt its head and stare at you, like you have zero privacy. It also loves being petted. It'll close its eyes to enjoy it and make little humming noises. Toucans have super soft feathers, and unlike parrots, they don't have that powdery dander, so you don't have to worry about feather dust everywhere. And if you lift the feathers on its neck, you can even see through its transparent skin and watch the blood flowing in the veins.
Whoa.
You think it's trying to...
I didn't know that about toucans. So toucans are basically the perfect bird. Oh. My goodness. Didn't know birds were so much like cats. Oh, they like ear scritches too. They're so cute. I really like birds. Birds are good. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Appreciate it.
Of qualified immunity as it is applied to federal officers. But I don't think that will necessarily give the defendant a better chance of winning the qualified immunity motion and getting his charges dismissed. So, but it's a bit dependent on who the judges are. But as I say, and I will always say, I generally have faith, trust, and confidence in the federal judiciary.
And finally, let's talk about pardons for a moment. If this moves from the state court system to the federal court system, it's not like it would leave the state itself. It's just in federal court in that state. And so how would Trump's ability to issue a pardon apply here?
So yeah, this is a little counterintuitive because once a case is in federal court, you think, oh, it's a federal case. No, if the federal prosecutors decline to bring charges against this person, and that's what I suspect will happen, once the state court prosecutors decide to indict him, if they present the evidence to a grand jury decides there's enough to indict. If that case is successfully transferred to federal court, guess what? It's still a state court prosecution. It's not like it magically morphs into a federal prosecution. No, you don't bring federal prosecutors in to handle it. There are not indictments of federal crimes. It is still the state court prosecutors proceeding on the state court crimes that were indicted by the state grand jury. They just happen to be tried in federal court. This is not unprecedented. It's unusual. It doesn't happen often, but it does happen. And, you know, if it does happen and this person ultimately is tried on those charges in federal court, well, then the victim will have her day, her family, because she didn't survive the incident, will have their day in court, and hopefully justice will be done based on the evidence and the law.
All right, well, obviously a lot to continue to discuss on this issue in particular. So for those who are watching, if you'd like to continue following
the suffering of
yeah, hopefully that cop is able to get prosecuted for at least manslaughter.
Generations must be endured to achieve our divine end. That is from the reveal trailer for Naughty Dog's next game. It's called Intergalactic: The Heretic Prophet, and they printed this on a commemorative coin that they gave to their staff for 2025. And do you know what's really funny about this? It's not just a game thing, it's pretty much actually true, because functionally, that is the work ethic of Naughty Dog's leadership. And what we're going to dive into today is all of the reporting around just how much of a disaster it seems their internal game development has been. You see, they just put their staff through nearly 2 months of big crunch, all to deliver an internal demo. And the thing is, the full game isn't even planned to release for years, which just makes us think, hang on a second. Are you basically going to be crunching for years upon years to make any of this happen? You see, for years we've heard hell stories about Naughty Dog, basically them just throwing bodies at the problem and burning through their staff. Well, doesn't seem like much has changed. In March 2020, The Last of Us Part 2 was getting ready for release after loads and loads of delays. Back at the time, Jason Schreier was working for Kotaku, and he dropped this bombshell report. And I really do mean bombshell. In it, we learned that Naughty Dog was crunching, and crunching hard. Staff were describing 12-hour days and weekend work, pretty much going on and on and on for a long-ass time, the sort of thing that we in the industry would call a death march. And it was all in service of getting the game ready at absolutely any cost. But to make things even worse, Jason's report wasn't just about The Last of Us Part 2. It actually revealed that this crunch stuff was going on as far back as 2016's Uncharted 4. Now, that's a game that Neil Druckmann, the co-director, kind of darkly described.
No, I wasn't playing Ready or Not. I was playing Body Cam.
As a reflection on the drive that leads many people in game development to crunch, which is of course rather easy to say when, you're kind of the boss. Now, to make this sort of thing relevant to like you and me, I just have it in my head. What's been going on with Naughty Dog? Why has their output kind of decreased over time? Why has a lot of it been like remakes, remasters, that kind of thing? And I have to wonder if they've just lost a lot of their staff because they've ended up being a bit of a shit place to work. Now, at least after that report went out, it seemed leadership kind of understood the problem. They said that they wanted to improve things after 2020, basically between the shift to remote work and the abuse that staff suffered during the launch window leaks. And by 2022, sources actually told Jason Schreier that a freshly implemented production team had actually improved things for the company. For a bit of a quote on that, well, in 2024, the QA lead, Patrick Gross, explained in a documentary how things had changed. Though obviously, given the existence of this video, I'm not too sure how it went. Here's what he said. When we onboard people, we tell them we have a reputation as a studio for crunching, and it's something that we don't want, and it's something we're not going to do anymore. I hate to shock you, but the reports are that they are in fact doing it again. And in this case, it is down to pressure. And that's because by the end of 2025, Naughty Dog were under severe pressure. Look, if you don't want to code or you're not into games, skip this, but if not, then I have got something for you, and that is Boot. Will refund you on the spot. What we're talking about today then is 7 weeks of mandatory and seemingly unpaid overtime for Naughty Dog staff that ended just before Christmas. So the team found themselves crunching again, even though we had all of this PR-ish stuff saying that, oh no, we don't do that sort of thing anymore. Now, this is an allegation that's coming from Bloomberg's Jason Schreier, and in his report, he cites people working on Intergalactic. And as for what was demanded of them, well, it was at a minimum 8 hours of extra log development time per week, all in office, and that this was overriding their previous 3-day-per-week policy. That's 3 days of having to work physically in the office. Now, obviously, if you're working 8 hours more a week and you're not being paid for those 8 hours, I think something's going fairly wrong. Now, what's on surface level weird, but I think is not surprising, is that in theory, leadership had actually placed guardrails on this sort of thing, trying to prevent it from happening. But in practice, well, they were telling staff they shouldn't work for more than 60 hours total each week. Obviously, that's quite a lot. So basically, staff had to end up threading a needle here. They had to meet management's demands without making management look bad on the actual official logs. You know, do a whole bunch of crunch, but make sure that your actual logs cover your boss's ass. Seems sketchy. Now, we currently understand that the crunch period has actually ended and that they successfully completed the demo before Christmas, meaning they can return to basically normal work, including doing 3 days in the office as of January. Given that this sort of thing happened for an internal demo, so not the sort of thing you should need to crunch out, people are kind of worrying. And by worrying, well, I have a quote. They are wondering if overtime requirements will get worse later in the development cycle. Do you really have to?
Oh, yeah, they will. That's assuming Naughty Dog Sony even approves the game. If they don't like the internal demo, then,
to wonder. I think we all know that's going to happen. I mean, if the past is even a slight indicator with this company, it's absolutely going to happen. Because, you see, this stuff was not about the release of the game. It's not.
It wouldn't surprise me if Sony demands them to change the look of the female character and make her have hair or something.
They were crunching for. The game isn't even expected until mid-2027. Let's place bets on whether that'll happen or not. It's not currently some Last of Us Part 2 scenario. What this was all about was crunching a demo because of the internal pressure that Naughty Dog have been facing. And this is where I have another quote from Jason's report. This overtime period was an attempt to get the production back on track after several missed deadlines. And if you've been keeping up with what's going on at Sony, you'll know that there's probably quite a threat looming over the studio. This crunch was about shipping a demo for PlayStation. Now, milestone reviews are perfectly standard, and in non-first-party games, they're usually how you unlock your next stage of funding. So, you hit a milestone, you get your money. And this basically allows for feedback, course correction, and it lets publishers protect their money if development is completely going wrong. But if several missed deadlines, which is a direct quote from Jason's reporting, have already passed, then that does suggest something has gone deeply wrong at Naughty Dog, and has gone wrong at the worst possible time. And that's because right now, PlayStation are out for blood and efficiency. You see, in their 2024 business segment reports, Herman Hulst explained that they had, and I'll now go to a quote from the man himself, changed the way we support studios through central services, greater operational rigor, which, by the way, if you're at one of those studios, is what we call A veiled threat, but also, probably wise. But to go back to Herman, a much more intentional top-down approach to portfolio, increased oversight of our development processes, and he goes on and stuff, but you can basically understand that it's all in service of reducing costs, keeping their budgets on track, and, quote, balancing profit potential with associated risks. Not having another Concord, basically. And this is why 2 unannounced live service games at Bluepoint and Bend were cancelled in early 2025. Now, the timing here is actually real important. Early 2025 is before Concord goes and lights itself on fire and dies. So even before Concord imploded, PlayStation had already decided they were trying to get their risk in order. And by that time, we'd already had plenty of evidence. They'd laid off 8% of their employees globally, and they closed down London studios in early 2024. That's all stuff that can't be blamed on Concord, and those layoffs also did impact Naughty Dog. All of that feeds into this story. I mean, if Naughty Dog aren't immune to layoffs, which we already know they're not, and they've missed several deadlines, which reports say that they have, well, would they be immune to having a game cancelled? Now, PlayStation have shown that, say, with
Yeah, Intergalactic may likely end up getting canceled, because Sony can just pull funding from them. Sony really didn't like the way they designed the main character. That's obvious. They're trying to get rid of woke shit in their video games, and they're actually thinking of switching to just going with Japanese dev teams, because American developers are like fucking weird feminist just retards. And yeah, they also don't want to lose any more money after Concord.
I tried maxing out my strict curl.
Nice, dude. You're fucking strong. 165 is really good. Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
Marathon, they're willing to throw money at a project if they really have to, but a game like Intergalactic, well, that's over a year away. And if Naughty Dog had already missed several milestones, maybe this increased scrutiny could have pushed them back to their old habits, back to the crunch. Crunch that arguably gutted a lot of that studio's power, maybe even leading them to the stage where they're struggling to hit their targets. And of course, all of this is especially the case because the studio's leadership has actually been changing. And I think it all basically means big alarm bells are ringing. Since 2023, Neil Druckmann has been studio head and head of creative at Naughty Dog, leading a revamped team right as Intergalactic production was kicking off. But he actually wasn't working on Intergalactic full-time. His attention had been split between developing the Last of Us TV show, which of course is something the PlayStation have been very happy to support given, game sales, awards, and remember, those game sales aren't for super old versions of the game. No, they're for the brand new remasters that are still selling for quite a lot of money. So that was going on. But then in September, he actually announced he was returning to Naughty Dog before the filming of season 3 of the TV show. Basically, he said he'd been removed from day-to-day work and that other leaders had stepped up while he was focusing on the show. We then see, a month later, the Naughty Dog would begin crunching their staff to hit the demo deadline. Now, obviously, I cannot tell you that there is a direct causal link.
Why do you support the Iranians during your evolution idol Venezuela writer lol Trump?
You're clever.
Between the return of Druckmann and the crunch that followed. I can't say that Neil just walked back into the office and said, "I'm getting the whip out, boys! Get working because Herman's going to kill us all." I don't know if that happened or if it didn't happen. So read this as events that are happening in and around the same time, but are not necessarily causal. But what we can do is we can look at all the pressure that is building on Naughty Dog. We do see a PlayStation that is increasingly ruthless about cutting projects that don't come together. We have a studio head who has returned after the studio had missed multiple deadlines, and a weakened mid-level management that apparently hasn't been able to deliver a project without hurting its staff. All of that combined into nearly 2 months of crunch. And that is because crunch, in a way, is actually the easy way out. I can predict that the video comments are going to be full of people saying, "Oh my god, these entitled goddamn game developers with basically fake jobs sitting at computers. What a bunch of whiny crybabies. How about they go outside and do a real man's job?" That'll be there in the comments. And look, I know what it's like, say, crunching to get a conservatory done in time. You gotta dig the foundations in time for the concrete that's arriving or something, and yeah, you can't wait. The job has to be done. That's basically, my family business. I know what's up there. But a video game is not the same as building a conservatory. I know that a lot of construction projects are a hell of a lot more complicated, but basically, stay with me here. Software is extremely complex, and while crunch will actually get you, it will actually work. You see, that's the thing. Crunch will work. In a limited and specific fashion, you'll accrue a lot of technical debt. You will wear out your team. Because in a world where there's a bit of crunch here and there because, hey, it's the real world, shit goes wrong, I think that's basically okay and completely understandable. But when crunch just becomes the default way to sort things out, well, maybe that's how you end up with a studio like Naughty Dog, one that now is not able to hit its basic deadlines and has not been able to hit multiple of them in a row, basically.
I really could not give two fucking shits if Intergalactic gets canceled. It does not look remotely interesting. Yeah, that one was obvious. Thanks for the nation, dipshit.
Like chess, there's a winner and there's a loser. Think of war like America.
And Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky recently reacted to Maduro's abdication and saying that America knows what to do with another.
Did you hear Hafthor teamed up with the Enhanced Games to try to break the deadlift record again?
That's cool. Did not hear about that. Yeah, he's probably going to have that deadlift record for quite a while. There are very few human beings that are ever going to be as large as him. Isn't he like 6'9" or something? Like, yeah, that'll be a while. Thanks for the donation, nigga.
Dictator hunting Putin. Why, in your opinion, could something like this not happen in the case of Russia, even though much of the world would expect it? Why can't Putin simply be abducted in the same way?
Well, the consequences would be a little different. I mean, I am not that crazy about the efficacy of Russia's nuclear arsenal. I don't think it is as...
Ben Boyd only tells me when I see Sydney Sweeney.
Attention. Attention. We're looking for the chick with big boobs.
Yeah, we are ready to do you now.
I don't think Sydney Sweeney is attractive. She's not attractive. What's her name? Music artist. Big boobs. She looks like she's on drugs all the time. I don't know why I can't remember her name. She's vegan, supposedly, even though she rode a horse with a bit. Billie Eilish. I could see the Billie Eilish thing. I do not understand Sydney Sweeney. Billie Eilish is much prettier, and she also has better boobs. And she also has an ass, too. Sydney Sweeney just has boobs. The rest of her body is just not appealing. And she doesn't even have that great boobs. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy.
I don't believe Russia's nuclear arsenal is as great as they want people to believe, but even just one nuclear weapon could be a big problem, right? So if the United States went and grabbed Putin in some sort of snatch and grab operation, that could have consequences that are a lot greater than the consequence of going and grabbing some South American dictator. So as much as it is kind of painful to admit, the situation genuinely is different when it comes to Russia, just because they do have nuclear weapons, and we don't want to risk any kind of, I don't want to say escalation. I'm starting to hate that word, but that is kind of the situation there. The other possibility is that that nothing happens, right? You do have oligarchs who are helping fund this war through taxes. And these oligarchs, they want a return on investment, right? That's pretty darn important to them. They have been taxed for so long, they can't get their money out of European banks. Their yachts have been confiscated. Their life is arguably worse under this war than it was before. So in a case like that, if Putin was grabbed, you could have a transitional leader who comes to power that doesn't use nuclear weapons against whatever country did this. Instead, you have a guy who, threatens action, but never actually takes any action, just because the oligarchs are kind of like, all right, well, we have to show that we're mad, but actually, hey, thanks for doing that. Now we can all get back to making money again and end this war. So I think that the situation is totally different, unless it isn't, which, that's ideally, it would be great to see a coup. It would be great to see a coup where Putin is overthrown by the oligarchs. They just put the brakes on this war. But I think the security services are just too great in Russia to allow that to happen.
Yeah, but in your opinion, what could be worst Putin's nightmare right now?
Putin's worst nightmare would probably be lower prices for oil. I think as of yesterday, oil closed at, I want to say, $58 a gallon. This would have been January 5th. It was around $58 a gallon. Ideally, you want the price of oil to be between $60 and $65 a gallon, because the price is low enough that you can efficiently refine it, and it's high enough that you make money. Once you get outside of that range between $60 and $65 a gallon, that's when you have trouble, either overcapacity or you're not making enough money to continue operations. So I think that.
Did you ever do a fan meetup? Yeah, potentially. Like if anybody's, in my area, like within an hour drive, like I'd be fine just meeting up. If you're like around Ottawa, you can just message me on Insta.
Just a couple of days ago, oil was at like $56 a gallon. So one of Russia's problems is that Russia it costs more. I want to say, I think it costs about $45 to extract a barrel of oil from the ground in Russia. And a lot of that is because they're using Western equipment. A lot of that Western equipment is breaking. They haven't had software updates in 4 years. They haven't had any new exploratory wells dug in 4 years. So what they have up right now is what they have. And so when they repair these drilling rigs, it costs money to manufacture these counterfeit parts that can go into the drilling rig and repair it. So I think Putin's worst nightmare is seeing the fall of oil prices, especially to a point where it falls below the production cost. And now they're in big trouble because they're able to fund this war by selling oil essentially to China, right? So that's Putin's worst nightmare: a fall in oil prices that kind of gets it close to, I don't know if it'll ever be $45 a gallon, but something that gets it close to the point where it's not worth it to take oil out of the ground.
Yeah. You argue that in 2026, the winner will be the one who can build cheap things faster than the opponent can build expensive ones. How exactly can NATO countries reconfigure their military-industrial complexes, which for decades have focused on production complex and costly systems toward mass production of $500 drones?
Yeah, I mean, that's an excellent question. I mean, how can they do it? Well, it starts with the motors. It starts with someone saying, you know what? We have to start building motors in our country again. What are called brushless motors. Now, one of the big reasons China became a drone manufacturing powerhouse is that the U.S., a lot of other countries, they contracted out a lot of their consumer electronics to China. Cordless drills use a brushless motor. CD drives, DVD drives, the CD drives, they use brushless motors. Blenders use brushless motors. I believe hair dryers use brushless motors. So for 20 years, we manufactured cheap crap in China, and you could throw a rock and it would hit someone who knew how to manufacture brushless motors. And so when it comes to drones use brushless motors for their motors. One of the smartest...
I show speed beats the winner of the 200 meters dash in the last Olympics, Letsail Teboho, in a sprint. Letsail did slip at the start, but he wasn't able to close the gap.
Get set. Go.
Maybe he got lucky, but that's pretty funny. That must be pretty embarrassing.
Hey, I won that though. You slipped. Yeah, nice five. You do a real race one.
Thanks for the donation, Matthew.
Things Ukraine did was they started to manufacture their own brushless motors inside of Ukraine. So that is microcontrollers we can do the chips. Since they're fairly simple, at least some of the chips are fairly simple. But the brushless motors, it's this inexpensive item that you have to manufacture at scale to make money, and you just can't make money making brushless motors inside of the United States or Europe. So that's one of the things that Europe really needs to do. It's establish a manufacturing base for brushless motors. After that, everything will come.
Yeah, on the boring NATO, you predict that NATO will become a manufacturing alliance focusing on spare parts and machine tools. Which European countries, in your view, will be the first to face internal political resistance when attempting to allocate 5% of GDP to defense and factory construction instead of social programs?
I could see Germany, because there are far left parties in Germany. Germany and Spain might be the two major countries that have a problem with this. Spain, because from a geopolitical standpoint, from a geographic standpoint, they're basically the furthest NATO country away from Russia until you get to America and Canada, right? So Spain because of their distance, and then Germany because they went from one extreme when it came to military power to this other extreme. And maybe both of those things are bad. Maybe they need to be somewhere in the middle, right? Like, don't be invading Poland, but also don't have fewer tanks than Spain, right? And a good portion, I want to say like only 20% of German students said that they would defend their country if invaded. And that's bad, right? It's bad.
Well,
Billie Eilish isn't attractive, at least she hasn't been since like 2018. Also, she's one of those pick-me vegans, which automatically makes her unattractive in of itself.
Yeah,
Can't imagine simping for Billie Eilish, but that's just me. Also, she's just cringe.
Yeah, she's cringe as fuck. Hasn't been hot since 2018. You might have a point there. She's cringe as fuck. She's still better looking than Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney is just mid as fuck. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy.
I had to have that kind of attitude. Let someone else do it.
Yeah, like Germany is just one of the worst fucking countries. Like there's no free speech. You can literally get fined and arrested for insulting somebody or offending them. Like it's pretty understandable given those circumstances why like there's no young people who'd be willing to defend their country. What country is there to defend? You basically get all your money stolen through taxes. Immigrants are stealing your jobs, making the area you live a fucking shithole, and then the government will arrest you if you say anything.
So we've taken the peacefulness that Germany developed after World War II, and we've ran it to another extreme. I shouldn't say after World War II. We've taken their military power that they had up until the end of the Cold War, to the fall of the Berlin Wall. We've taken it to the other extreme. So I kind of think that, Germany, you could see some resistance because there might be just some old school liberals who kind of grew up in a world without war. And even though Germany is closer to Russia than Spain, they still have a buffer of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and then Poland in front of them. So I've noticed the further you go east, the more countries become concerned about Russia.
Yeah, and we have two final questions. Today, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky traveled to France for a meeting of the coalition of the willing, and they are discussed a draft statement that envisions binding commitments in the event of a new armed attack by Russia. What binding commitments do you think could realistically work?
So I think, well, your English is much better than my Ukrainian. I think you might be saying binding commitments. So that would be like commitments that you're agreeing to. I mean, honestly, if France would have this capability. If France tomorrow said, you know what, we're going to establish a no-fly zone over Ukraine, and we're going to intercept any Russian aircraft that launched glide bombs, and we're going to take out any Russian air defenses, that would really change the calculus in Russia, their risk calculus. I think that would be a huge issue. So that would, number one. I don't necessarily think that troops on the ground would change anything. I don't think France wants to see any of its soldiers killed in action in Ukraine, but aircraft are a little more ephemeral than troops getting blown up through drone attacks or through artillery. So I think probably the biggest binding commitment would be any kind of agreement to provide a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Yeah, that would probably be it.
Yeah. Radio Free Europe reports that in the event of a ceasefire in Ukraine, a peacekeeping contingent of 15,000 and 20,000 troops could be deployed. Do you think this is realistic, troops from Europe countries?
I think it is if any kind of peace treaty were ever signed. I don't necessarily see Russia agreeing to stopping the war anytime soon. I could be wrong about that, but I don't necessarily see it. And I say that because, Russia's economy is super overheated right now. And I think the second Putin stops this war, he's going to be overthrown and he's going to be hanging upside down outside of the gas station like Mussolini. The oligarchs helped pay for this war, and they want to see a return on their investment. And if Putin goes back to the oligarchs and say, we didn't meet any of our objectives, and their objective was to capture Ukraine completely and turn it into a client state like Belarus. We didn't meet any of our objectives, but we did get half of the Donbass. And by the way, we have to spend the next 50 years demining it before we can actually do anything. That's going to be a bad outcome. In the United States, back in the 60s and 70s, the United States was in a little country called Vietnam. And every single president was like, oh my God, we're never going to win this war, but I don't want to be the president that pulls our forces out and is shown to be the guy who lost the Vietnam War. So I'm just going to keep kicking the can down the road. And I think that President Putin's logic here is, let's just keep fighting, because we can keep throwing men at this issue. Let's just keep fighting until Ukraine collapses. And I think that's one of the reasons why you see nuclear warmongering, or you see scaremongering, or you see videos on YouTube about how Ukraine is corrupt. And Ukraine is corrupt, but not as bad as Russia. They're trying, right? But that's why you see these videos, right? Because you want to get the
SDX and Tillers, this is for the girl 90 minutes ago in the black shorts that was complaining about males looking at her ass. Let's bet in everything that if, hypothetically, all look stopped completely, she'll be on suicide watch, or take hot girls social away equals mental asylum. Yeah. Yeah. If she became unattractive, and nobody was giving her that attention, she'd want to kill herself. Women will just find anything to complain about. Thanks for the donation, though, STX.
West to stop supporting Ukraine.
Why do you talk so condescendingly about doctors? By that logic, would Dr. Ravi be a bad doctor? Street, the end of the day, sure, they're not perfect, but they went through school and residency. It's dangerous to tell people to not trust doctors, you balding faggot.
Yeah, you shouldn't just trust. So, guess what? Somebody who graduates medical school with a C is called a doctor. Just because you're a doctor, that doesn't mean you're a good doctor. Just like how if you get any services from anybody, doesn't mean they're good at it. You wouldn't just go to any auto mechanic. You wouldn't just go to any locksmith or plumber or electrician. You'd want to look for a good one. So, yeah, there is an inordinate amount of doctors who are fucking retards and shit at their fucking job. And you should not just trust somebody on the basis of being a doctor. Thanks for the donation, butt plug.
Because the second the West stops supporting Ukraine, you could see a collapse. Dude, there were people who were filling up bottles of beer with gasoline to throw at Russian tanks. I don't really see these as the people who ever are willing to be defeated. And it could certainly turn into an insurgency that would make Afghanistan look like kindergarten, right?
Do you think Speed is natty? His power production, foot speed and muscle mass seemed to have increased a lot in the past year. He ran the 40 in 4.49, which is a good time for an NFL wide receiver.
I think he recently started taking steroids. Probably not much, like a TRT dose. He was working out for a while, lifting weights and shit, and then he just suddenly got much larger. That's usually a sign of steroid use. When somebody's been working out for a while and then just suddenly, out of nowhere, they blow up. It also kind of looks like his gynecomastia might have gotten worse. So that's another indicator. But yeah, I'm not entirely sure he's natural. And people think he's an idiot because he makes silly videos and all that shit, but he's actually not an idiot. He's a pretty smart guy. He just acts like an idiot because he knows it gets him views. So if he's interested in athletics at all, him being as smart as he is, he would probably go on steroids. Thanks for the donation though, Matthew.
But I think that Russia's plan is we're just going to keep the pressure on, and we're going to keep putting out propaganda until the West decides to stop supporting Ukraine. Ukraine collapses, we come in, we take over the whole country, we turn it into Belarus. The race now is which collapses first, Russia or Ukraine. That's the race. I've often said that this is not a game of win or lose. People think of war like chess. There's a winner and there's a loser. Think of war like divorce. Both sides can still lose. The question is who loses more.
Yeah, thank you very much for your time and
Hopefully, with Venezuela getting captured, oil prices do go down. And then Russia just collapses.
Speaking of doctors, would you recommend going to one for low T? I have low T and I am considering TRT. I live in New York. Also, you're a faggot.
The problem with going to a doctor, so a general practitioner, is they're retarded. And you could have rock bottom 0 testosterone, and they will still be extremely reluctant to prescribe you testosterone because it's just stigmatized. And there's also just a culture of gay retardedness where people are just afraid of men. Everyone hates men. Being manly is a bad thing. So even if you like very clearly qualify for low testosterone, you're severely hypogonadal, you may have to go to 3 or 4 fucking doctors before they'll even give you a prescription. So your best bet of getting a prescription would be to go to a TRT clinic, but the problem with that is they make money off services, and they're going to force you to pay for services just for the luxury of being able to get the prescription, and then on top of that you have to pay for the medication itself. So if you're a smart person and money is an object for you, the best bet is to source things yourself. But you know, if you're just a regular everyday fucktard, you're not willing to do any of that, then cheapest option that might be more of a hassle for you would be to just go from doctor to doctor to doctor until you find somebody who's willing to prescribe you TRT. And if you have a bit of money, then, you know, go to a TRT clinic. Thanks for the donation, though, penis.
To be a new axis of allies capable of challenging Western dominance. A collective of countries all influenced by Russia that Vladimir Putin could use to strengthen his threats against the West and jostle for what he sees as his rightful place at the head of the geopolitical table. Through carefully chosen alliances, Putin thought that he was slowly maneuvering himself into a position that would see Russia become the world's most dominant nation. Putin was wrong. Russia's leader has just endured a week from hell that has seen his allies drop like flies. First, it was Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. Next up, Iran. The Iranian regime is collapsing as the country descends into chaos amidst massive protests. For over a week, Iran's regime has been forced to absorb a wave of protests sparked by anger over the country's failing economy, and it doesn't look like those protests are going to end anytime soon. According to the BBC, human rights activists claimed that protests took place in 26 of Iran's 31 provinces during the week leading up to January 5th alone, and Iran hasn't been able to do much of anything to quell the mass outrage. Unfortunately, up to 35 people have died. However, this is far from the type of brutal put-down that the country's regime would have to carry out to forcibly silence its own people. These protests began on December 28th as Iranian shopkeepers flooded the streets of Tehran against the backdrop of the Iranian rial falling sharply in value against the US dollar. The currency has plunged to record lows, and it's done so at a time when inflation in Iran has risen as high as 40%, while sanctions implemented to halt Iran's nuclear program bite hard. Food inflation is higher, having hit 70%, and the BBC says the cost of other basic goods has rocketed up by as much as 110%. Soon after the shopkeepers took to the streets, university students and other anti-regime people joined them. The crowds chant slogans such as "Death to the Dictator," with these pointed words being aimed at money laundering that enriches those at the top, while the average uprisings that have, in the past, led to death covered. Danny Citranovich, who is the former head of the Iran branch of Israel's military intelligence, says that the Khamenei regime is hamstrung by its inability to find a way out of these economic woes. The main problem the regime has is that it has no silver bullet solution to the economic problems in Iran, Citranovich says. Any temporary fix implemented won't do much, as the problem will stay, the intelligence expert claims. Another expert, Alex Vatanka of the Middle East Institute Fire. A January 4th opinion piece by the Jerusalem Post's Daniel M. Rosen adds that Iran's regime has more than the country's economy to worry about. It says that the core ideological anchor that holds the regime in place is gone, and with it has followed the popular base and perhaps even the support of the Iranian military. This moment is akin to a false prophet whose promises of salvation have been proven empty. The Islamic Republic's government long justifies the extraordinary sacrifices demanded of its citizens, the blood and economic hardship, as contributions to a higher purpose, the advancement of Islamist ideology, economic hardships, and Iran's utter failure to defend itself boils down to. Khamenei has managed to avoid overthrow in the past despite his regime's many broken promises, but combine corruption with military weakness and economic pressures, and you get a series of broken promises in quick succession that have resulted in the patience of the Iranian people disappearing. Still, even with all of these issues, Iran's regime should still be able to do something, even if that something is cracking down on the protests with such force that they're destroyed. That would at least buy time and perhaps give Khamenei the ability to intimidate the Iranian people into submission. Only that isn't an option either, and the reason why is that the US President Donald Trump has made it very clear that the US will respond if Iran's regime attempts to shut down these protests with violence. Just the day after the military operation that saw the US oust Maduro from Venezuela, Trump spoke about what's happening in Iran, and in doing so, he delivered a warning that has severely limited the Khamenei regime's options. We're watching it very closely. If they start killing people like they have in the past, I think they're going to get hit very hard by the United States. In its report on the Iran protests, Reuters says that the combination of the economic crisis plaguing Iran and
STX $20, you can't make this shit up.
Have you fucked 2 different guys in the same day?
No.
I don't even need to say, take a look. That's your body telling the real answer.
Come on.
Nice. Yo, I'm gonna end the scene, paro. Hey, I'm gonna end the scene, paro. Huh?
Have you
I already knew the answer just by looking at her. You don't need a lie detector test. Thanks for the donation, STX.
And Trump, having previously proven that he will follow through on his threats against the nation, has left the Khamenei regime with no cards. As one unnamed Iranian official tells the outlet, the twin pressures have narrowed Tehran's room for maneuver, leaving leaders caught between public anger on the streets and hardening demands and threats from Washington, with few viable options and high risks on every path. Still, Iran searches for solutions. One of the things the Khamenei regime has proposed is an economic relief package that will be put in place on January 10th. You might think that this package would offer the protesting Iranians something big to show them that the regime is working to solve Iran's economic problems. It doesn't. The Khamenei regime's big solution, according to The Telegraph, is an offer of £5.50 or about $7.40 per month in the form of a voucher.
Jeez. Oh, they're not very smart. This is what Islam gets you.
That sum is equivalent to about half of an average day's pay in Iran, and it's little more than a band-aid that the Khamenei regime implement. It seems very unlikely that it's going to be a... Guardian says that Pezeshkian revealed his plan as the head of the Iranian judiciary, Ghulam Hossein Mohsen.
Brutal black pill.
Fuck. Oh, jeez. What, like... TikTok, of course.
Your Instagram post last night.
Bro, are you fucking crazy? That's literally sexual harassment. I'll block you on every single social media. Fuck off.
Hey, I gooned to your Instagram post last night.
Adam, that's so...
Yeah. We already knew that. Thanks for the donation, Pooh.
Eji tried to throw the regime's weight around. The rioters should know that if concessions were made in previous periods, there will be no more such concessions and appeasements, Eji said as he accused both the US and Israel of sowing the seeds of chaos. These seem like unwise words, given what we've already mentioned about Trump's threats and his willingness to follow through. Engi's comments also seem indicative of an Iranian leadership that is divided on what to do, which feeds back into the comments of a tanker maid about internal rivalries potentially speeding up the Iranian regime's demise. For his part, Khamenei is preparing a solution of his own, getting the heck out of Dodge. That's according to an intelligence report shared by an unnamed source who spoke to The Times. That report claims that Khamenei has already hatched a plan to escape from Iran alongside 20 of his family members and aides if Iran's security forces fail to suppress the current protests. The plan supposedly includes the establishment of an
You want to bet Israel's going to blow up his fucking plane as soon as he tries to do that?
exit route out of Tehran should they feel the need to escape, and it would see Khamenei gathering assets, properties abroad, and cash to facilitate their safe passage, the source says. As for where Khamenei intends to go, the intelligence source claims that he has only one destination in mind: Moscow. Right into the waiting arms of Vladimir Putin, he is as likely to want to crush Khamenei in a brutal bear hug as he is to actually be happy about the appearance of Iran's supreme leader on his doorstep. And the reasons why all relate to what we told you at the beginning of the video. The potential collapse of the Iranian regime is very bad news for Putin, because it means that Russia's influence in the Middle East, which has already been damaged by the removal of Bashar al-Assad from the seat of power in Syria, will all but disappear if Khamenei is forced to escape. The Guardian is among several news outlets to highlight just how bad the collapse of Khamenei's regime could be for Putin. Back in June 2025, an analysis written by Piotr Sauer for the news outlet highlighted that cooperation between Russia and Iran has intensified ever since Putin launched his full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Though Russia has stopped short of directly arming Iran, outside of selling weapons to the country, it has happily accepted Shahid drones from the country and has benefited from the work of Iranian instructors who helped Russia figure out how to build its own Shahid copies. A strategic partnership has been formed, and through that partnership, Putin has been trying to build his influence in the Middle East. Russia has also spent billions of dollars in Iran, all of which could go to waste. As Sauer points out, Russia risks losing a key strategic partner, along with years of political and economic capital, in a blow that could seriously undermine its broader geopolitical ambitions. Over the past 2 years, Moscow has become Iran's leading foreign investor, committing billions to gas, energy, and infrastructure projects, all of which could be jeopardized if the regime in Tehran falls. The comments were made right around the time that the US was working alongside Israel to bomb Iran's nuclear facilities into oblivion. You can find out more about that strike, which was dubbed Operation Midnight Hammer, in our video covering what happened. That strike weakened the Khamenei regime to the point where some were suggesting that it might collapse as a result. That didn't happen, though Operation Midnight Hammer will have helped set the stage for the unrest now seen in Iran. Fast forward to the present day, Forbes contributor Melik Kylan says that the same strategic issues that existed for Putin during the summer of 2025 still exist today. The loss of Iran's regime ultimately means that Putin loses a country that serves as a force multiplier for Russia as much in the Caucasus as it does in the Middle East. Kylan notes that the Russian influence in Iran helps Putin to keep the likes of Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Chechnya geographically isolated, which is key to preventing other nations making inroads in those countries over which Russia holds great power. This influence is so crucial for Putin that Russia, along with China, which has its own interests related to Iran, can't allow regime change in Iran. And they certainly can't allow a change that would lead to Iran forming anything akin to a Western-style democracy. Putin's problem is that he may no longer have a choice. If the Khamenei regime isn't able to stop the protests, there's no telling what will happen upon the regime's collapse. The US may try to influence the direction that Iran takes, using its own strength along with power that sends Khamenei packing. There's also one more thing that will concern Putin as he watches the protests in Iran unfold. It's the one thing that always concerns Putin: money. The growing levels of cooperation between Russia and Iran have allowed Russia's oil companies to start making inroads into Iran's oil fields. That was demonstrated in April 2025, when Al Jazeera reported that Iran and Russia announced an agreement worth $4 billion that would allow Russian oil companies to develop 7 oil fields inside Iran. Such deals allow Putin to gather more money for his Ukraine war chest from a country to which Russia doesn't sell much oil. Iran has oil reserves that World Population Review says amount to over 208 billion barrels, which is enough for the country to not need to purchase much of what Putin is selling. That's why the $4 billion agreement was put in place. If Putin couldn't sell to Iran, he could take advantage of the country's precarious economic condition to ensure that Russia benefits from the vast oil reserves to which Iran is home. Eventually, the money generated from such deals could enter Putin's war chest.
one word?
Have Demodex follicularum in your eyes, it would actually become quite difficult for you to see over time, because these are little mites that live in the follicles around your eyes, and they eat a kind of like film that can build up and can block vision. And when you get like sleep crusted in your corners of your eyes when you wake up in the morning, that's actually their shit. So they track like evolutionarily exactly with like lineage and descent. They're like the gene of like the Demodex in your particular eye follicles will be most closely related to the Demodex in the family members of your family, right? And you can actually do like a genetic analysis on Demodex, and you can recreate the phylogeny of like the primate lineage just by looking at the eye follicle mites. And they're insects. They're totally unrelated to human beings. But imagine that human beings go to Mars and there's something about Mars that doesn't kill people, but it kills those mites. And people are going to start having all kinds of eye problems and visual disturbances and not be able to like run their equipment or run their computers.
We would be able to find a solution to that with technology, though, I'm sure.
Not on Mars.
No, but on Earth, and then take it out there.
If we again, look, I don't disagree. Over time, over generations.
Yeah.
But I can imagine like a whole colony dying because their mites died.
Weird.
And we don't even know, like, we don't know enough yet about like the whole holobiont system to be 100% confident about how it's going to play out over generations, right? On Earth, where we evolved, there can be like fairly rare microbes that spore that are like present ubiquitously roughly in the environment that you just every couple of years or every 4 or 5 years, you need to have them replenished or something. It's like scurvy, right? Like you wouldn't get sick if you missed vitamin C for a week or 5 weeks or a month or several months. But over time, you're going to need it. And then if you get lemons or, kimchi or something, then you're going to be okay. But if you don't,
Thank you for coming.
Animals are here with us, not for us.
That's right, animals are here with us, not for us. Hi.
Be vegan, not violent. Be vegan, not violent. Be vegan, not violent. Show empathy. Have mercy.
Look at this card, TikTok. Don't eat anyone.
Animals are here with us, not for us.
Look at this card, YouTube. Don't eat anyone.
Be vegan, not violent. Be vegan, not violent. Be vegan, not violent. Show empathy. Have mercy.
Thanks for tapping on the screen, TikTok. Thank you for being here. Not
I don't know if she's reading YouTube chat.
All right, so in case you don't know who I am, I'm Miss Katie, that vegan teacher. I have 2 cameras going right now. This one is for TikTok. Thank you for sharing the live stream, everybody. Hi, I see you, Lana. And over here on YouTube, thanks a lot for coming, guys. I appreciate you coming to class. We're going to be teaching a lesson today about veganism and why we should not be hurting animals. Animals are here on the planet with us, not for us. We don't need to eat animals to be healthy. We don't need to do anything to animals except to leave them alone. Animals have never done a single thing wrong to us. The chickens that you eat, you never even met them, but you paid somebody to kill them. The cows that you eat, you never met them, but you paid somebody.
Touch of the thetism. Donate $2. Testosterone directly stimulates the mTOR pathway. The same thing longevity guys are trying to suppress. Yeah, it's because they're fucking retarded. Exercise activates mTOR. So she shouldn't exercise. mTOR chronically stimulated by testosterone is good for muscle growth, bad for longevity. Thoughts? Yeah, so why do men live exactly the same length of time as women? I know people are going to bullshit and say, oh, that's not true. Men live like 2 or 3 years or 5 years younger. Who the fuck knows? That's in countries where there's big lifestyle differences. In countries where there's not, they live exactly the same length. So, fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation, dude. Oh, yeah. Is Frank Tufano up to anything?
A lot of you offer to help, so I made a donation page. If you go to savefrankies.com, you can donate any amount you'd like. We tried using Give, Send, Go, GoFundMe in the past, but they always take down my donation campaigns for no reason. And I've been very physically sick. I don't know if it's from the stress or whatever, but I haven't been able to do any updates or anything, and I don't know when I'll be able to because I've basically been lying in bed all day with chronic migraines. So hopefully we can pay some bills this week and our shipping doesn't get shut down, and then we can sort out the stuff with the foreclosure and the mortgage next week. But I haven't even been able to go to the courthouse or do anything. I've been so sick. I've just been lying in bed. So if you guys want to help, you can go to savefrankies.com, and if you're out of the loop, you can watch the last few.
Yeah. SaveFrankies.com. Oh. That's funny. So, you don't even see how much he's raised. That's funny. Yeah, well, that might be the end of Frankie's free range meat. Hopefully it is. Son Goku donators, have you seen Record of Ragnarok? If so, is it good? I have seen it. I wouldn't call it good, but if you just want some brain rot to watch, it's entertaining. Also, Skull Rushers, I think you meant Crushers, or Tricep Pushdowns. Which would you say adds more size? I'd say probably Skull Crushers. They're both good, but I'd say Skull Crushers. Thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Touch of whatever, donate 216. Yes, when we eat protein, mTOR is turned on, but it turns off once we're done digesting. Testosterone chronically elevated stimulates mTOR 24/7. Cool, so why do men live the same length of time? It's just fucking retarded. Seems androgens are a double-edged sword. They're not. They make you look and feel good, but slowly kill you over time. They don't. Am I wrong? Yes. Thanks for the donation, dude. And, by the way, men with the highest testosterone live the longest. Like, it's Stupid. These longevity fucktards are just outrageously stupid, and like they're all gay. And none of them look good. All these longevity experts who are like reducing their calories and protein intake and shit, they all look older than they really are. The people who live the longest just have low stress, exercise, and eat well. You can't do anything more than that. mTOR is a substantive aging factor in animals like mice, just because their metabolism is so fast, and they also just don't live long, period. Humans have a slower metabolism, and we're also better at things like DNA repair. It just doesn't make a difference.
I don't know if you remember, but a while ago, me and Will were talking about
our dream cars.
Yeah, dream cars. We did a Q&A. Will's dream car was a Corvette, and my car was a. And right now, out of our dream cars, mine is like.
Can finally afford it.
I can finally afford to go get my dream car. So I found the guy, been talking to him, and I think we're gonna go pick it up. Like now, if he doesn't flake on us, you guys are gonna be surprised. It's so insane. It's gonna be like if you had this car, bro, you'd just be like getting waterboarded with. Yeah. I'm not gonna say how much it is because you know I don't know who's watching, but
you can't put a price on things like this, you know.
Yeah,
As I said,
who it is, but if he's watching, right. Fucking. I feel good. Looks way better in person than I did on Facebook. A lot cleaner. It's almost in pristine condition, apart from like maybe the antenna. But other than that, this car's perfect. I just don't know how to drive it.
we're gonna learn.
But
It's gonna be a part of the locked-in series is learning to drive.
yeah.
You never sit.
Fuck.
Fuck, what if he doesn't fit? We didn't even try this when we bought it.
That can't be his dream car.
Oh, bro, I fit better than the Camry.
Go in the glove box, grab out the manual.
Oh, I thought you meant like playing with
Manual
this
transmission, bro.
We got the OG manual as well.
Look at that, bro.
We're gonna restore this car. It's a 1996 Ford Blazer. Yeah, where the fuck the reverse camera at, bro? Alex, you ain't got nothing on this fucking car, bro. What do you have? I got a Camry and a fucking Ford Blazer. Does this work? Oh, it works.
Give us some pumps, bro.
Justin, $22. Greg releases blood work in a recent video. What do you think about his cholesterol score? Skip to 330. I've already watched it. It's good. It was a really boring video. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
Alex, to your bank, bro. Let me know if you're on a drag race.
I don't know how this is gonna go. Are you in gear?
No.
He's about to drive, he's not even in gear. Fuck you. Turn the car off and start it off again. Well, fuck, don't overdo it. I'll give you motivation. Fuck! I like shit. Oh, man. Give it. Handbrake off! I'll take your foot off.
Touch of something, donate $2, but don't castrated males live longer. They don't. That's just based on a bunch of random case reports. Skip to 11:46, watch until 12:30. I do agree, longevity guys look scrawny, but tests being this magical serum that is all pros, no cons seems too good to be true. I don't know who the hell told you there's no cons. This is like, are you just gonna keep wasting my fucking time on bullshit? Yeah, Leo and longevity, the guy who died at like fucking 30.
eunuchs that we'll be discussing here. It was written in 1805 and covered 81 eunuchs. At the time, the average lifespan in...
You gave me the stupid eunuch thing. Yeah, so that's case reports. You can find a bunch of cigarette smokers who live longer than non-smokers. That's very easy to do. So if you base things on case reports, yeah. Eunuchs tend to earn more money because the reason they're fucking eunuchs is because they're part of a privileged class who makes a ridiculous amount of money on their music. So the socioeconomic status part of it is a very easy explanation for why they lived longer than your average person. It's because at that time, everyone was fucking poor, and when it was legal to castrate children so that they could sing good, they would make far more fucking money than your average fucking person. So, stop wasting my fucking time. Thanks for the donation, dude.
What? I said slowly. Well, I thought it was just like, you know, my normal car. Ribs. Fuck.
There you go.
Okay. Okay, now stay at the speed until we make it round the corner. Okay, we're gonna come to a stop up here. Put on the brake. Yeah, keep your clutch in. Take it out of gear. Yay! We do alright. You need to fight to keep it at that 2000, because as you let the clutch out, the ribs are gonna drop, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
I need a fucking piss.
It's funny, he has to learn how to drive a manual. Jeez. This guy would look really funny in Japan. I'm sure people are stopping to ask him to take photos with him.
Let's go. We're in Japan, man. Let's go.
I fucking hurt my back. I was lifting with Will a few days ago, and I fucking destroyed my back. Now I'm in like chronic pain. This is here. I need the fat. Just kidding. I haven't seen one fat person. Last night, me and Karen, man, we took the train to the fucking hotel. It took us like an hour and a half. Worst fucking experience of my life. My back was hurting. Had to fucking carry a big ass suitcase upstairs and stuff constantly. And once we got here, these black dudes kept trying to like get us to go to these strip clubs and shit. And I was like, bro, I don't want to fucking go to your dirty fucking strip club, you dirty. Like, they make it seem like it's way too good to be true, so you know you're gonna get in some fucking trouble. Like, they're like, oh, free drinks, free everything. The girls are gonna pay you. Like, bro, you're fucking dumb. Cameraman almost got in a fight. He was fucking getting cursed at them. Oh, fuck, are we gonna get run over? We're gonna get fucking run over. First spot, we're gonna go to Family Mart. Gonna go get like a little snack. Got some 2 chicken whatevers. Got one for the cameraman and one for me.
Do you know how much they were?
I have no idea. They use different currencies.
Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
That comeback was brutal.
Can we all agree that gender is expressed on a spectrum?
I'm a biologist, and what I...
Who cares? Literally don't fucking care if anybody has a dick. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
See here, and I think I'm paying a lot. I think it said $600, bro. This is the best chicken I've had. It also looks like perfect.
This guy is fucking weird. If that's the best chicken he ever had, he must just eat like shit.
You have yours. I'm not carrying that shit. I'm like a fucking bitch. Well, I'm fucking so sweaty now, bro. I don't know Japan was gonna be this fucking hot. But we've been walking around for so long. And apparently all the fucking food places open at 11. We've been up since 6. Jerking off and shit, walking around, back shaking. But look where we're at though. We know one spot that's always open. KFC, cunt. What better way? Because we love KFC, as you know.
No, fiber does not inhibit absorption of protein by binding to it.
what better way than to try KFC around the world? So we're gonna be starting off the KFC around the world with Japan. Yo, do they not do f***ing gravy? Ooh, they have Pepsi. KFC has Pepsi here. Add. Good f***ing girl. Yo, so it's about 1,800 yen, so that's about like $1.80 or some shit. Yeah, I'm actually f***ing sweating balls now. I need to go back to the hotel and have another f***ing shower. How long you been in Japan?
2-3 days. Dude, are you sure you're not famous?
Nah. this is my first time filming.
Nah, dude, you dead look like, it's not Togi, but it's, you dead ass look like a famous streamer. Dead ass. I'm surprised that you don't get that often.
What was that guy? Getting Kai's friend?
Yeah, Kai.
Yo, have you ever wondered what the f*** you're actually eating? Not just f***ing chicken and rice. Or my bag. Let's see. New Zealand fries way better.
Telling you, Belgian fries are the best. Absolute god tier. I'd like to travel to Belgium again. Just to have the fucking French fries there. If I ever start traveling regularly again, I'll definitely visit Belgium a fair bit just to get the fucking French fries. Totally fucking worth it, dude. The Delaz brand hummus is also fucking amazing. I don't know how they make it so good. Justin donated $2. Do you think Greg is on statins? He might be, because he has elevated apo-a, and statin therapy is pretty... like, that's the go-to treatment for elevated apo-a. He has low cholesterol in the ideal range, but that could also just very easily be explained by his diet and lifestyle. He does a fuck ton of cardio, stays very lean, and he avoids saturated fat and eats a fair bit of fruits and vegetables, so it wouldn't necessarily be hard for him to get numbers that low with just his diet and lifestyle. Thanks for the donation though, Justin.
Try this. Tastes like fucking American fries. Nice seasoning on it, bro.
Anadrol Skittles and $2. Unix life starts at 200 nanograms per deciliter plus. Yeah, seriously. Just imagine being that fucking gay. Fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Chicken strip.
Love you. What?
You got this is the original piece, and these are the boneless. It's good. Tastes better than New Zealand, I reckon.
Really?
Oh. But that's your pay for the day. Fucking my teeth were freezing.
It's because you have cavities.
No, I had my teeth fixed, but...
Smart.
Well, we're gonna try original. It tastes a lot.
Ugh. Real chicken is so gross. Especially like chicken wings and drumsticks and shit. Get all the tendons and the bone is in the middle too. Oh, it's nasty. Ew. Vegan chicken is just the best. Vegan deep fried chicken, you can't get better than that. It's perfect.
How's it?
Fries in Belgium are often fried in tallow, but not every frittery fries their fries in tallow, so you just have to ask.
KFC.
It was good, but I wouldn't say better. It wasn't as seasoned as New Zealand. Tastes better than New Zealand, I reckon. It definitely tasted a lot healthier. I don't know why. It was probably more oily, but just tasted healthier. Chips tasted like shit. Tastes like American fries, bro. I hate it when they like overcook it and it's like the same texture throughout the fry. If you know what I mean. If you eat in good fries. I'll give it like a fucking 7 out of 10. New Zealand being 10 out of 10. But yeah, we're gonna go check out 2nd Street. I already know we're not gonna find anything in my size. Yo, look at those. What the fuck? It's actually bigger than I thought. Yeah, there's 3 floors and we're at the top floor. But yeah, we're gonna try to look for some drip. What the fuck is this? Grounds? Yo. These are what fucking shortcuts would wear. That feels crazy to touch. Like, oh, that feels so good. Today's been a fucking hour. This looks like fucking shit. Like fucking diarrhea. Everything's so small, man. Like, what the fuck? Not even a 1-2XL. I don't see a shoe above size 11. I want to go back to the hotel and just kick you out the room and just go off for like 30 and then put it on top and then they cut it open and then it fucking like busts open and it like spreads all over the plate. We've honestly been fucking trying. One back. I started thinking fat. I want to get a corn dog and the sausage and the chicken.
Oh, dude, I love corn dogs. I've made my own homemade corn dogs with Beyond sausages. Oh, those are so fucking good. Corn dogs are fucking great. The field roast corn dogs are also really fucking good. Even just air fried, they're fucking good. I love corn dogs, cornbread muffins. It's fucking good. It's too bad I care about not being like fat. Even when I just don't have abs, I'm not even fat, I just don't have visible abs. It's just fucking hate myself. Fucking sucks. Oh, gum. I'm pretty high. I'm not gonna lie. Ugh. I'd like some good French fries and gravy. Vegan fried chicken with gravy. That'd be good. Oh man, I just had a great idea. I could get the fried oyster mushrooms from what are they called? Yugi rolls, and then I could make gravy. I could dip the fried oyster mushrooms in the gravy. Oh, that'd be so good. Those fried oyster mushrooms are so fucking good. I think next time I go there, I'm not even gonna fuck with anything. I'm just gonna get the fried oyster mushrooms. Just get like 5 boxes or something. Fucking love that place. Nah, I don't like peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. They're fucking gross.
Coca-Cola Plus. White. Instead of black. Japanese drink. Then it looks like orange soda, but Japanese. Tuna and egg sandwich. Another piece of chicken, but different. And a fucking sausage. And a corn dog that fucking James fucking...
Yeah, it is weird how you don't have abs. It's as if you've been eating like shit for 10 years and only started eating clean recently. Dumbass fuck. Maybe try going on the sugar boy diet. Follow his protocols and you will get rock hard abs like him, no joke.
Thanks for the donation, dude.
Already ate. Disgusting fucking pig. Yo, that's so much fucking flour, bro.
How have you been feeling lately? Have you figured out what was causing your water retention and fatigue?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was hypothyroidism caused by the growth hormone. So I've been taking Synthroid thyroid medication, and the water retention's been going down. It already lowered since going off growth hormone, but it's been going down more since being on Synthroid. So I think that was it. So when I go back on growth hormone again, I'm going to make sure that I just keep taking thyroid hormone. Thanks for the donation, though, Justin.
It's actually good.
You're gonna fucking eat the stick.
Good, I hope I choke on it. This is yummy. Damn, why are all the chickens here so juicy? I still have never had a fucking cold piece of chicken yet. I mean a dry piece of chicken. It's not that good.
Notice how you have to pull up a picture of yourself flexing like crazy with proper lighting in order to show any abs. Whereas in Dower Wise's video,
it's like a watered down Fanta. It's made by Asahi. Maybe this is meant to be like more healthy. Oh, fuck.
What?
It's fucking alcohol. I just realized
Listening to him chew and swallow is gross.
I already have that pair. Oh, those are. It's actually driving me nuts because it's been like I don't know, like 4 days or something. And so I just went in the bathroom and while he was sleeping. But here's photo. There'll legit be lines outside, and you'd have to wait in this queue to be seated. We went down the fucking subway and shit, like 100 fucking stairs, bro. Like, whoa. I've been looking for that that
lol saying you have undiagnosed hyper
egg thing where like they like, I don't know, it's like a fucking pussy, and then you cut it open. Yeah, like I've been looking for that ever since I've been here because I always see it on TikTok like it's the hardest fucking omelet in the world to make. But I'm looking for it. I finally fucking ordered it, and I got katsu curry, bro. That shit's gonna be fucking gas. Well, the food's fucking came. Look at that. I've been waiting all my life to try this fucking dish. The fuck is this fucking shit, bro?
Hey Kenny, what's up?
Yeah. Well, if I cut it, bro, it's stuffed. Oh, this is a different one. It's not even the actual one. Oh yeah, I wanted the one that was like runny on the inside, and when you cut it, it explodes. This is completely different, but it tastes good still. Tomato sauce in Japan, it tastes even better, bro. This shit's fucking gas, bro. 1,000 yen, which is like what, $10? Well, they give it's really fucking gas. So much fucking meat.
He does not eat well.
The UFC referee with You know what? Borderline downs. I'm going to find a way to get that message across in the title of this video. This guy's retarded. Dan Miragliotta is not sentient enough of a human being to be trusted in the position of a UFC referee where fighters' lives are at risk and their careers are on the line. This guy is so dumb, and they need to get him out of that position immediately, because we all know what happened at UFC Vancouver. The amount of mistakes this guy made, including in the fight of Nelson versus Favola, where he messed up the stoppage. I'm going to go through all of this in today's video. We're going to go through this moment here with Dan Miragliotta, but I said, in the fight companion that I did with Lucas Tracy in Bedtime MMA, I said, this guy is retarded and he needs to lose his job. He's experiencing obvious mental decline and cognitive decline, I think I said. And we're going to go through that as well. But then I started thinking to myself, hang on a second, this guy's been retarded for a very long time. This isn't some recent stuff. I've always seen terrible stoppages from Dan Miragliotta, and they're not ones you can understand. There's certain Herb Dean decisions like the Robbie Lawler, Ben Askren front choke that he had him in, or the Bulldog choke that he had him in, where you're like, okay, that was a bad call from Herb Dean, but I understand why he made that mistake. There are situations, including this guy, Dan Miragliotta, where you think to yourself, there is no explaining this beyond the reality that this guy's dumb and shouldn't be a UFC referee and shouldn't be able to referee any combat sports for that matter. I made a video about this when it comes to Mark Goddard and his rage problem. Now I'm going after Dan Miragliotta and his extra chromosome that is obvious for the world to see. We're going to go through some of these moments. We've got this moment here, Favola versus Nelson. Then we've got this moment here, where he told Kevin Holland that it's accidental, so therefore if Holland doesn't continue, he's getting DQ'd. I didn't even hear this because I didn't have audio when doing my fight companion. Then we'll go through some more moments. The Ngannou versus Ferreira stoppage was Dan Miragliotta. We'll go through some other... This stoppage between Pulev and Frank Mir was Dan Miragliotta. When I show you some of these, you'll be shocked that this guy still has a job. The Jacare Souza, Chris Weidman stoppage was Dan Miragliotta. Then I'm going to go through his historic beef that he seems to have.
Women do not have a higher pain tolerance than men. That's just stupid. Oh, that was just so stupid.
With Michael Venom Page, where he's attempted to ruin Michael Venom Page's career when he was still can crushing on the Bellator scene. And you know, the opinion of this was different at the time, but now, it doesn't matter your opinion on what MVP was doing to those poor guys that shouldn't have even been in there with him. Dan Miragliotta's officiating in those fights was unprofessional, to say the least. So that's what we're going to go through in today's video. And we're going to sprinkle on a few other examples as well, just in case that isn't enough to convince you. I'm starting with this moment here. Waves off the fight. So when I watched this live, I thought, oh my God, he stepped in. Okay, first round TKO, I raged about this. Okay? Like, I wasn't raging, I was happy, but it was a late stoppage to me. Like, already he's late to step in and stop the fight. I didn't even realize that he stepped in with 3 seconds to go in the round. Big shots from Nelson on Favola. I'm going to pause this as much as I can so I don't get done in by the UFC for using their footage. Big shots. This fight should have been stopped. Long before this, he's been punching on him. Dan Miragliotta comes to the rescue. 3 seconds left in round 1 and stops the fucking fight. Watching this live on the fight companion, I thought to myself, damn. You know, I guess he stepped in for the end of the round. He didn't even stop that fight. That's crazy. We're going into a round 2. I had no idea he stepped in 3 seconds early in the round. He did not hear the bell to end the round. He did not stop the round. He stopped the fucking fight, forgot to wave it off. We get a whole moment where we're like, okay, great win from Kyle Nelson. What a performance from him. Great first round finish. Miragliotta just lets it resume. Maybe realizes, oh, I shouldn't have stepped in. He's still alive. Favola's still twitching a little bit on the ground. He's still breathing. Yamasaki level shit. So he continues to fight and we go into a round 2. I'm foaming at the mouth here. I'm spitting on my microphone, guys. This is crazy. Dan Miragliotta is not trusted to be a ref. And this isn't the only mistake. I gave my reaction to this live, and I'm going to show you this right now where I gave my reaction to this. And I said this on the live stream, okay, that we were watching. Listen to what I say when Dan Miragliotta steps in here. Can I say something right now?
Yeah. Yes.
What's the name of that ref? Miragliotta?
Miragliotta? Yeah.
He is blatantly experiencing cognitive decline. He needs to lose his fucking job. I'm sick of that dumbass fucking ref. So slow on everything. He's a fucking retard. Get his job gone. I'm sick of that dumb retard ref. I see it too many times with him, man. He's losing his brain straight up. I feel like I'm watching Biden in his fucking set, like going into.
Yeah, what the fuck is he looking for?
Immediate reaction was that, because I know I've seen examples of Dan Miragliotta messing up fights like this before, but I just didn't know in my head. I didn't have the examples to hand to list off and rattle off. Well, that's what I'm going to do in this video. He's not fit to be a ref. He's too fucking dumb. And when I show you some of these other examples, then I realized they're continuing for the next round. What? Jesus Christ,
that was a late
man.
stoppage.
He waited for Favola to come back awake. I was angry at this point because it was a late stoppage to me. Not that I knew he'd stepped in 3 seconds before the end of the round and had stopped the fight. It's so dumb to me. I'm out the fucking sport, man. Sick of that retard. Sorry.
Are they sending it to what? Round 2?
What?
What do you mean? Are you kidding me?
What? It's not over. Oh my God, the fight's still on. Oh my God, the fight's still on. Oh no, wait.
He jumped in before the bell.
Oh my. Bedtime says he jumps in before the bell. God, the fight. Oh my God. What did I tell you about this ref? He didn't even stop it. He didn't even stop it. What I tell you about that ref? He's actually so fucking dumb that the mistake that he made didn't even stop there. It got worse and worse and worse. We're done with this moment then for now, okay? We're done with this moment for now. This is just one. Nelson versus Favola. Ruins Nelson's moment, makes him fight an extra 2 rounds because of his dumb mistake that he's too dumb to own up to. Steps in 3 seconds early, thinks, oh, fuck, maybe I shouldn't have stopped that. Okay, don't wave it off. Let's go to a round 2. Playing dumbass fucking ego games like that with fighters' careers. Dumbass. I'm gonna have to stop using retarded and say that. But you know, I'm already demonetized. This guy's a fucking retard, dude. This guy's a retard. Then there was this moment with Kevin Holland, and I didn't even know he said this. But listen to what he said to Kevin Holland, and maybe this would explain why Holland was a bit too... I still think this is Kevin Holland our moment, where he gets a built-in excuse for why he lost, and all of this. We still haven't had a medical report as far as I'm aware. But this is a very Kevin Holland moment, which is why he was being so vague. But Mergliata, so dumbly in the moment, where there's been calm, says this to Kevin Holland.
Since it was an accidental, you can't continue, you're going to lose by DQ.
So since it was accidental, if you can't continue, you're going to lose by DQ. Kevin Holland got hit in the groin by Mike Mallet-ish. Ish, if we're being real. But still, he did get hit in the groin. It did touch the cup. How cleanly it wasn't as bad as the Dober versus Prepelec one, no way, no how, which got a point taken away. But Mergliata just said to him, if you can't continue, because Mallet was accidental about this, you're going to get DQ'd. He says that to Kevin Holland, who's just been groin-shotted. Oh, if you can't continue, it was accidental from Mallet, so we're going to have to DQ you, Kevin. You've been hit in the groin. You're DQ'd. That's a DQ loss for Kevin Holland. How does that make any sense? This guy's a dumb meathead. And most referees in MMA, bar like Herzog, Mark Smith, I think is another one that's pretty good right now as well. Most referees in MMA are fucking retarded meatheads that never made it as fighters themselves from the 1980s or 90s that are just here getting a little ego trip because they have a power dynamic over the fighters that they couldn't have accomplished and been themselves. It's really, really lame to me, man. And there's more examples if you thought I was done there. This is just off the top of my head, by the way. This is just off the top of my head. There are definitely more examples of him doing this. Bullshit stoppage here with Ngannou versus Ferreira. Just look at this. Ground and pound. Look who comes into frame. Maybe I should get a closer look. Ngannou's raining down punishment on Ferreira. Bang. Another big shot from Ngannou lands. Where am I on the screen right now? Okay, we're in a good position. Bang. Another big shot. Ferreira's out. This is Francis fucking Ngannou. Not Valentina Shevchenko, all right? This is Francis Ngannou. Raining down shots on an opponent here. Ferreira gets hit in the back of the head. He's still watching. Another big shot directly to the back of the head from Ngannou. Guess who's still fucking watching? Nope. Gonna step in. Gets in the fucking way of Ngannou. Nope. Another massive back of the head shot from Ngannou. Flattens Ferreira out cold. Nope. Still not fucking done. Still not done. Bang. Oh, just an extra one to make sure. Just an extra one to make sure. This dumb idiot needs to lose his job before he kills someone. He's watching Ngannou smash Ferreira in the back of the head. Out cold once. Flatline the second time. Okay? Flatline the second time. He's like, oh. He's still hesitating. Watch the hesitation from him here. Bang. Oh, not yet. Now I'll go in. Now I'll go in. Idiot. Refs don't make dumb decisions. This is Yamasaki level shit. Lose the job. You wouldn't let this guy fly a plane full of people. You wouldn't let this guy fucking drive a school bus around. Let alone a plane full of people. Why is he a UFC referee? Incompetence should equal firing when lives are on the line. It does in nearly every other field of work. Why doesn't it with UFC referees? And why do judges get to continually ruin lives as well? Not that lives are on the line, but still. We never hold these people accountable. So I'm holding this idiot accountable. He's dumb. Watch this shit as well. By the way, look at this idiot's fucking bald head creeping into frame. My God, look at this dumbass. Full view of this whole situation, by the way. Frank Mir versus Kubrat Pulev. This is a mismatch to begin with. Pulev's a fucking Olympian. He's fought for world titles in boxing before. I don't know if he was a former world champion. Every boxer's a world champion of some fucking bullshit. I think Tommy Fury's a fucking world champion of something. That's how shit boxing is. But he's a top-level boxer, heavyweight boxer, and he's fighting 50-year-old Frank Mir. Okay? Absolute mismatch at Triad Combat, where it's basically a boxing fight, but they're in a triangle ring. That's the situation, all right? Absolute mismatch. Pulev's probably a minus 20,000 favorite over Mir. Let me pause this and cancel the audio. Big shot. Look how Mir is boxing as well, by the way. Just opens up. Gets smacked across the jaw by Pulev with a clean right hand. He's out on his feet. Mergliata gets a good look. He's out on his feet here. Another big shot lands. He's out on his feet, doesn't know where he is. Nope, not yet. Nope, not yet, says Mergliata. Oh, now we'll step in. This is an idiot. Get him out of the job, please, before someone dies. This is an idiot. And no one calls him it because he'll have one moment where he tells a fighter off, and retards on TikTok or Instagram Reels or any clip like that, YouTube short comment sections, will type things like, don't mess with the referees, they're real badasses. That's what will happen. Get him out. Look at what just happened there. This is Frank Mir, 50-year-old man versus fucking Pulev. Wobbled out on his feet. Nope. Left hand. Nope. Still alive to me. Still alive to me. This ain't no world championship. Even if it is, this is a terrible stoppage. Still alive. He looks like he's still breathing to me, Pulev. Yeah. This guy, now, scary, you know?
I don't know how the hell these refs get their job in the first place and then keep their job.
Gonna get someone hurt. This guy's going to get someone hurt. We go on to yet another example. This is all recent history, by the way. This is the furthest one back, 2 years ago. From whenever this was... Oh, no, this is way longer, 7 years ago. But still, recent history. The guy's been around for a long time. 7 years this was, man. I'm going to die soon. I was 20 when this... Damn, dude. Fucking hell. Scary. You know what I mean? Sometimes you hear that about fights. That was fucking... Dude, McGregor Aldo was fucking 11 years ago. Fucking hell, dude. That's crazy. Anyway, here we go. Jacare Souza, Chris Weidman. I'm going to show it from when he gets dropped, because I know the UFC's on me trying to get me. He's out cold from the knockdown, Weidman is, yeah? Lessieux saunters into frame like a big dum-dum tard ready to save the day. Lessieux's responsible for Chris Weidman's life while he's in this situation in front of a trained killer like Jacare Souza 7 years ago. Watch it. Don't worry. Mergliata runs in. Nah, he's not dead yet. Ooh, let me not do that. Jacare looks at him because he makes a little shoulder contact with Jacare. Okay? Doesn't step in, though. Weidman's just flopping about on the ground. He's not with it on the ground. Mergliata pushes Jacare a little bit here as well. No. Keep going. No. Oh, okay. He's literally going to fucking die. And Jacare rightfully is fucking angry at the ref and starts gesturing at him like, come on, dude. Are we really that dumb here? Even I know this guy's done. Watch it in full speed, though. It's always risky to do this.
Remember Mazzagatti? That was also bad. I'll tell you what, we sure as fuck ain't playing The Walking Dead. What a piece of trash of a fucking game. I uninstalled it. Literally not worth anybody's time. I don't know what the fuck that is. Wonder if do they have maybe it's in tags, if you search by tag. Oh my god. Why are these not in alphabetical order or alphanumeric? How are you supposed to find anything? Why can't you search by tags manually? Weird. haven't played this in so long. I'll just start brand new.
I was born with a strange gift. The ability to see what no human being has ever seen before. It's all mixed up in my head. The images, the sounds, the smell. I need to remember. Put things in order right up to this moment. Remember who I am. If I had to say how it all began,
Gay.
I might just as well start here.
I found you by the side of the road, in the middle of nowhere.
I'm surprised Clarence didn't put you onto Hollow Knight when he was at your place. The game is great, to just try it.
Yeah, he recommended that. Thanks for the donation, Justin.
Was there an accident? Did someone try to hurt you? How about a name? Someone I could contact? You must have family, friends, someone who could tell me who you are.
Hey.
You don't talk much, do you? Well, if you don't help me, I can't help you.
No, I haven't played Baldur's Gate.
Is that a scar? Is that recent?
We've got to stop them. They have no idea what they're up against. Tell them to wait until I get there. Get back to them immediately, you hear me? You've got to stop them! Goddamn fools.
I really like the Green Goblin.
I know. They're coming.
Hold on, well, what's going on?
Girl you brought in earlier. Where is she?
Jody, what have you done?
They all killed themselves. They couldn't handle the weapons.
Ah, there you are. How you doing today, Jody? Good? I hate to bother you when you're playing and all, but, I believe it's time, honey. Come on, girl, you'll have plenty of time to play later.
Cartoon shows that.
All right, Nathan's waiting for us.
Oh, come on. I don't have any more
Hi,
change.
Cole.
Seriously?
Hey, Alan.
It's nearly ready. It was due 2 weeks ago.
Hello, precious. Don't you look pretty today?
Better late than never, I guess.
Here we are.
It's gonna rain this weekend. We got a lot of rain this year.
I suppose that's true.
Hasn't been particularly cold.
Hey, Jody. How's your day been so far?
Pretty good.
Okay, we're gonna put this on now. Remember? It's just like a crown. Oh, yeah. Oh, now you're a little princess.
Don't worry. Everything's gonna be fine. I'm right next door if you need me, okay?
Hey, Jody, can you hear me? Okay, let's start. Kathleen is next door, and she has the same cards as you. And we're gonna get her to choose one and see if you can tell us which one she chose. You think you can do that? Good. All right, let's go for it.
Tim Walls is a
First
dipshit.
card. Next card. Next card. Very good, Jody. Let's try something else. There's some building blocks on the table in the other room. You think you can make them fall over? Good, Jody. Anything else in the room you can move? Okay, Jody, honey, the experiment is over.
It's locked. The door's locked!
No, Kathleen, it's not locked. It's probably just stuck. Give us a moment.
Calm down, Kathleen.
Go get the door.
You have to stop now, Jody. The test is over. You need to stop.
I can't! He's not listening, dear! No! He's not listening to me!
Calm down, Kathleen. We're on our way.
Jody, something's wrong.
She's in danger. Get her out of there!
I fuck with him in so many ways.
Oh, Jody. It's over, Jody. It's over. It's over.
It will never be over.
That fat lady's a dumb bitch. Oh my god, a chair moved on its own. Oh, I could have strangled her? Fuck. Oh, man.
What do I do if something goes wrong?
There won't be anything you can do.
That's what I suspected. Just checking. I feel like everyone's looking at us.
That's not just a feeling. Everyone is looking at us. But the most important thing, act natural. If anyone speaks to you, you just smile.
So do you want me to act natural, or do you want me to smile?
I didn't know you had a sense of humor.
Only when I'm scared to death.
Ryan, I'm delighted you could attend.
Always a pleasure, Sheikh Ahmed. I would like you to meet my assistant, Elizabeth.
I was unaware that American diplomacy was undertaken with such disarming charm. The pleasure is mine, Elizabeth.
Gentlemen, I give you back your host. We'll talk later, Ahmed.
Until then, Ryan.
He hates me. The whole time he was imagining my head on a stick. I think he found you charming.
I should be flattered.
Yeah, I'm gonna shake some hands, blend in, find some more quiet. You know what you have to do.
Ambassador, you're a sight for sore eyes.
I need to find a quiet place.
لندن نهاية الأسبوع الماضي لقد اشترى محمد طائرة جديدة إنها مريحة جدا طائرة سابقة كانت بطيئة نعم التصور ممتع
Aiden, are you ready? There's a large painting in one of the rooms upstairs. Behind it is a safe. The documents we're looking for are inside. But there are guards and cameras, so you have to be careful. You got it?
Nobody's taking a shit.
Hurry, Aiden. It hurts like hell when you're too far away.
يا علي في عام المهدي بعت لي نفس القميع 14,000 ريال. ألا تحس أن الطقس برد فجأة؟
أجل.
An office with a portrait of the Sheik. This is the place. Crap. You gotta distract the guard first. Okay. Nobody will be able to monitor the main office now. We should be safe.
Doesn't that show that it's paused?
لا 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 يا أخي 20,000 ريال.
What does that do? Oh my god, it's hard to find.
العام الماضي كانت الأسعار منخفضة، أما الآن سأخسر المال إذا بعت لك بسعر 15,000 ريال فقط.
بعد كل الخدمات التي تقدمها
أود ذلك حقا، لكنني لا أريد فساد أعمالي.
سأشتري منك 30 طن بسعر 15,000 ريال.
لا 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 يا أخي 20,000 ريال.
20,000 كذا.
Be careful, Aiden. You know you can't touch other people when you're controlling someone.
حبيب هل أنت بخير؟
إيه ماذا بك ماذا بك ماذا هناك؟ هل أنت مجنون؟
أنا المجنون؟ كانت عينيك غريبة وخوفتني.
أنصحك أن لا تقوم بهذا الأمر، أفهمت ذلك؟
What am I doing? Another door. Why is nobody taking a shit?
We're running out of time! I can't bear the pain anymore!
Oh, I was supposed to walk there. Wait, wasn't that the guy that I could possess? What the fuck? there a guy sleeping in here? What does it want me to do?
What are you doing, Aiden?
Okay. Am I just retarded?
Did you see that girl Clayton brought with him?
فتاة جميلة أليس
I
كذلك؟
wonder how much he pays her.
Clayton has pressure.
Dennis Donatillers, how do you feel about the people who are subscribed to you to just watch your Worst the Fitness videos? I have no intention of going vegan, who cares? Thanks for the donation, dude.
I think this is crazy. If anyone notices, we're dead.
His intuition.
Come on. It hurts too much.
My God, shut up. What?
يا أخي 20,000 ريال.
Okay, now don't move.
هل من أحد هناك؟ الرجاء الخروج من هناك على الفور.
ولكن ماذا تفعل هنا؟ إنها مراهد السيدات. انصرف من هنا أيها المنحرف.
سأنصرف.
sorry. I can't do anything to help you. Good luck.
Towel. Get a towel. Why won't this bitch pick up a towel? Oh my god. Towel. Oh my god, the camera sucks in this game.
Jody, all right?
Don't touch me! I want to go now.
Right. Yeah, we're leaving.
Listen, I'm not sure. Maybe I shouldn't go.
Jody, you've been begging me for weeks. You're not gonna back out now.
I don't know anybody there. They might all hate me, and stress is awful. Let's just go.
Just take a deep breath. There's no reason to panic. It's just a birthday party. I'm sure everybody will like you.
Kill everybody there.
You'll have fun. Maybe meet some new friends. Go on. Oh, don't forget your present. It's a book of poetry by Poe. It's 50 years old and very rare. I'm sure she'll like it. Don't worry. It's gonna be all right. I'll pick you up at 5. Have fun.
Hey, Jody, come in.
Hi.
Hey, Kirsten, you coming? I gotta go. Come in, Jody, don't be shy.
Hey, Jody, right? Come on, we're in the living room. Some girls from my school and these dorky guys we could find. Oh, is it a present for me? Cool, thanks.
I'm off, darling. Look after your friends and don't do anything stupid, all right?
Sure, Mom,
Not
whatever you
now,
say.
Aiden.
Finally, she gets the hint. Hey, everyone. This is Jody. She's in Unit 4 with my mom.
Unit 4? The paranormal department?
Ooh, what you do there? Bend spoons or speak to dead people? Stuff like that?
No.
Woo! Party time! I'll get the beer. Guys, do the shutters. Girls, do the candles. And Jody, you can take care of the music. Let's get crazy!
This is very cringe. Can I kill everybody now? Where's the music? I've never been to this house before. Why would they ask me to do anything?
What kind of garbage is that? Slide over. I'll put on something from this century. Something really popping.
Change it back.
Hid it under my bed for a week. Mom doesn't even go into my room anymore. She's totally oblivious.
Kirsten, you're a genius.
Daddy, you want one?
No, thanks. I don't drink, so.
You don't know what you're missing, girl. After 3 or 4 beers, you'll see the world in a whole new light.
This is written by somebody who doesn't know how kids talk. How do I put it down? Can I not drink it? Maybe getting her drunk will make her, kill everybody. Can I get another drink? Can I eat the cake? I want a birthday cake.
Want some?
Yes. Do all the drugs.
Sure.
Ooh, first time, huh? It got me that way too.
You okay, Jody? You're acting kind of weird. Hey, paleface.
You sure you feel alright? You're not looking too hot, Jody.
2 sips of beer and a little bit of
You're
weed.
kind of scary like that.
Oh my god. A literal fucking retard wrote this.
I know what you're thinking. You're wondering why we're here. I'm thinking the same thing. I know, you told me. Just wanted to see what it would be like to go out and have friends. This is not what I expected.
Let's leave, I guess. It's kind of boring. Let's kill everybody. At least run their party. Embarrassing.
It's just getting cold. It's freezing. You want to just crank up the air conditioner? I just got a cold blast.
It's getting pretty chill in here. Somebody should crank up the heat.
is too solid to go through.
Aaron P donated $2. Let me see.
This is America. Don't catch you slipping now.
You'd probably be fatter. Do you think I have a shot?
Legs, and I'm gonna see how much purple I can find. Purple? Look at that big sparkle purple tree. Are you kidding me? And this one? More purple. More purple. More purple. More.
I don't think I'd bother dating somebody who pronounces purple that way. Fucking annoying bitch. Thanks for the donation, Aaron. What are we doing here? Oh my god. Are we gonna do something at some point?
Hi. Hi, I'm Matt. Jody, right? I've never seen you at school before. You don't take classes on bass?
I'm in a different program with my own teachers. It's kind of boring. I never get to see people my age. I suppose I've gotten used to it.
So you work with Kirsten's mother?
Yeah. We work in the same lab. She thought it would be a good idea for me to come and spend time with people my age, so here I am.
I used to live in London before I moved here 2 years ago. And you? Where did you live before?
On the base. I've always lived there. I was born there.
Do you have any hobbies? Anything you do for, like, fun? I surf any chance I get, and I play in a band with a bunch of friends. And you, what are you into?
It's gonna sound really boring. I like to read, and I like sports. I mean, I can't leave the base, so it sort of limits things.
Can I ask you something? Why are you in Unit 4?
I have a gift, a link with an entity.
An entity? You mean a ghost or something like that?
No, this is gonna sound really crazy, but it's kind of like an invisible presence that follows me.
Is it here now?
Yeah. Yeah, he's listening to us.
Slow down. Are you up for it?
Sure.
Oh, if this is another quick time event. Well, yeah, we're not bothering with this. What in the fuck were they thinking? Either let me kill these teenage kids, or, I don't know, let you do something stupid like get naked and have sex or something. Why in the fuck would they put that in the game? That was awful. That and The Walking Dead are just awful. Yeah, I gotta get back to playing Battletoads. The game is just so fucking hard. Like, god damn it. You know.
Watch this whole sequence. Pushes Jacare a little bit there. Makes contact about this. Can someone like...
Imagine CTE and then roid rage, like a little bit of roid rage on top of that.
Luckily, I'm the most grounded and most sane person in this room.
Down.
This channel does not promote or
You are shop floor is cooked. So, yeah. Stim. Feral fucking stim. Super drug. Nicotine. Adderall. Bum energy.
I live in a really beautiful...
That guy's bigger. Does it really matter how the fuck he got bigger? When it really boils down to, all that matters is he won and you lost.
Bro, what the fuck are we doing, bro? What is this shit? We should have let the syringes out.
I heard you fat weren't following your plan, so I'll take it.
You're the one.
back.
No, David Bart.
We don't even got a Christmas tree.
We got an early Christmas present, baby.
We're feeling good. We're in a given mood. We haven't. Just take 2 garbage bags, right, and just go.
Hey, kid.
I just pinned Tren E today, baby.
Oh shit.
Here's it. There you go. You don't feel good?
Too scared. Like, try and beat the last fucking bench session.
Okay, let me explain something to you.
No, I get it, bro. I get it.
No, you don't. You clearly fucking don't.
No, you did this last time. Try and do this for more reps, bro. I'm not saying you have to do 4 or 5 right away, but you don't even try, dude.
Dude.
Come on. You never fucking, oh, god damn it. Why is he getting so mad? I'm just trying to motivate him. He's literally fucking crying his little ass off. Piece of shit, mother piece of shit. Fucking asshole, son of a just fucking rep shit, bro. Just fucking get better every bench shift. Don't let it fucking hold you back, man. Fucking bench, dude. Like the animal, bro. No instinct, dude. That instinct is still in there. It's still in there, bro. It's still fucking in there, man. Let's go, Chris. Fucking right. Yeah, baby. Rip that shit out. Rip that shit out. Good. Another. Yeah. Oh. Oh, fuck. I nerfed myself. You're doing 500? I benched the last Christmas videos. Why don't you just relax? That's what I do. I don't. I'm disappointed to fucking do that for sure. Bro. I don't even do that for shit fucking sure.
They're getting really shitty tattoos.
And it might be right now. You could barely get 465 up.
Stay close type shit.
I got it. I got it. Good shit. Me.
Oh. Is that actually a tattoo? That's horrible. Those cookies look good. Oh, man. Gum. This is a tired cat.
I'm trying to eat this shit. Come on, bro. All right. I fuck with you, bro.
Fuck with you too.
Get him 2 fucking Mancoon cats. So we're driving to the other side of the fucking state, 3 hours to go pick these.
They got cats. They're very pretty kitties.
Angel came down today and said you had a week to live. What would not bug you anymore? Someone else getting.
This channel does not promote or.
Today, we're only gonna teach you how to get a sick.
Pretty confident. Hopefully this.
The way that I did. You Jesus. Protect the heart. Here, this is more of a Charleston movement, right? Starting the new year right off. Dude, touch me in. Alright? That burns. I know it feels fucking good. Yeah. Shit damn good. Forgot another. That your body telling you don't want to keep going?
I don't think I'm ever gonna play Ninja Gaiden 4. I don't want to play as Ninja Emo Faggot. Apparently it's just not that good. Why would they create a new character and not just have you play as Ryu? It's fucking stupid. I'm not playing that piece of shit.
You just gotta say fuck mine right off the boom. 10, 20.
break the. Dig him out.
I rarely like kitties. Those are good cats. I'm going to go to bed now. But hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I will see you all tomorrow. Sweet dreams.